Good evening, my friends. I'm glad you've joined me tonight. This story will not rush. It will unfold slowly, like the turning of pages in a worn leather book, the kind that carries the faint scent of time. Tonight we'll wander through Victorian London, a place remembered for its finery and inventions, but also for its struggle with something far more ordinary and intimate: the daily act of staying clean. The hidden wish for comfort, for freshness, for the quiet dignity of feeling clean is where we begin. If you enjoy these gentle journeys, I invite you, softly, to tap that like button or subscribe. You may even share in the comments where you're listening from and what hour of night it is for you. I love imagining these voices coming together across the miles, all of us drifting toward rest under different skies. Now let's ease into calm. Dim the lights. Let the hum of a fan or the crackle of a fire become your background. Or perhaps open a window. Let the night breeze slip in. Take a slow, deep breath. Release the day. And with that, let us step gently into part one. A quiet wish. Every soul longed for a sense of freshness. The year might be 1852, or perhaps 1856. The exact number hardly matters, because the feeling was the same across much of Victorian London. Beneath the great brick facades, beneath the swirling skirts and polished boots, lay a quiet wish that few dared to voice. People longed, in their own private ways, to feel clean, not grandly, not extravagantly, but simply to know the comfort of freshness against the skin, the relief of air not heavy with smoke and waste. It was not something shouted in markets or printed in the newspapers. Rather, it was carried quietly in the hearts of mothers, wiping a child's face with a damp cloth, in the sigh of a laborer who dreamed of a real bath after a day in the dust, in the gentle hope of young women brushing their long hair and wishing it smelled of rosemary instead of rancid oil. Cleanliness was, in a sense, a luxury of imagination. At dawn, if you were to walk through a narrow court in Whitechapel, you might glimpse it. A young seamstress leaning out of her window, eyes closed, catching a rare breeze before the smoke of coal fires thickened the air. That breath, brief and unguarded, was her quiet wish. Or in a more respectable street of Bloomsbury, a widow might carry a jug of water to her room, pouring a little into a basin. She'd splash her face and smile softly, as if she'd been to the seaside. These small rituals mattered more than they seemed. The irony, of course, was that Victorians believed bathing too often might actually harm them. Doctors cautioned that a full immersion of the body could weaken the constitution, disturb the nerves, even invite sickness. And so the longing for freshness was tangled with fear, hesitation, and custom. A wish rarely satisfied, yet always present. Imagine for a moment how different the senses were. The air was dense, often described as chewy. It carried the mingled scents of horse manure, coal smoke, refuse left to rot, and human waste spilled carelessly into gutters. A person living in such a place did not need to be told their world was unclean. They breathed it, they wore it, they tasted it in every mouthful of food. And yet, that very environment gave birth to a yearning for contrast, for one clear breath of air, for one set of sheets that smelled of nothing at all. There are letters that speak of this desire in subtle ways. A young clerk, writing to his sister, mentioned how he dreamed of rivers that might run truly clear without smell or stain. Another diary, kept by a modest governess, spoke of the bliss of standing in rain, if only to feel it wash my face. These are not complaints in the modern sense. They are quiet admissions, half embarrassed, half longing, from people who lived with resignation, but still hoped for more. And the wish was not merely for physical comfort. It was tied to dignity. In a society so sharply divided by class, the appearance of cleanliness was as important as its reality. A smudge on a collar could suggest moral failing. Unwashed hands might whisper of poverty. To be clean, or at least to seem clean, was to belong to a better order of things. Even those who lacked the means still carried the wish to present themselves with some measure of grace. This longing played out in countless gestures. Women, with hair pinned and dresses heavy, might sprinkle their skirts with lavender water. Men, after long hours in workshops, might rub their hands with lemon peel before supper. These were not solutions, only small reprieves. But they mattered deeply because they affirmed that beneath the grime of the city, a person still craved beauty, still sought to feel human. If you pause now, in the stillness of your own room, you may sense a faint kinship. The clean sheets beneath you, the shower you took this morning, the brushed teeth and combed hair, all these small acts of freshness, so ordinary to us, were the very wishes that carried Victorians through their crowded, difficult days. To them, such comforts would have seemed almost miraculous. And so, part one ends not with action, but with recognition. A quiet wish, delicate as a breeze through an open window, sustained people who otherwise lived surrounded by filth. It was a wish they carried into sleep, into labor, into every breath of their days. The city woke with coal smoke already in the air. The night was never fully quiet in Victorian London. Even before the faintest ribbon of dawn touched the sky, the city stirred. Horses shifted in their stalls, iron wheels groaned against cobblestones, and the low hum of countless chimneys already exhaled smoke into the cool, gray air. To live in London was to wake not to silence, but to a chorus of labor. Imagine the streets before sunrise. Narrow lanes lined with brick walls still damp from yesterday's rain. Gas lamps flickering weakly, their glow fading as the eastern sky began to pale. Milk sellers with wooden pails clattered along, their boots echoing, while costermongers pushed barrows of vegetables, shouting soft greetings to one another. The clop of hooves, the rattle of carts, the muffled laughter of boys carrying newspapers, all mingled with the steady background sigh of coal smoke drifting low across the rooftops. This was the hour when the city seemed to draw breath, not clean and sharp, but heavy and familiar. If you were a seamstress hurrying to a workshop, you might feel the damp air cling to your skin and notice how your dress picked up the scent of horses and soot before the day had even begun. If you were a clerk rising early to copy accounts, you would splash cold water on your face, button your waistcoat, and step outside already resigned to the taste of smoke in the back of your throat. The streets, in their way, carried everyone. They were the arteries of the city, alive before the sun, bearing both the wealthy in their carriages and the poor with their weary steps. Yet beneath the sameness of coal dust and manure, there were differences no one failed to notice. The broad, swept avenues of the West End glistened faintly, washed at least once a week, while the alleys of Whitechapel were thick with refuse, mud, and ash. It is easy, from our vantage, to forget how much of life was lived outdoors. With crowded rooms offering little privacy, people spilled into the streets for almost everything: for conversation, for food, for work, for news. A woman might sit by her doorway sewing in the first light. A group of children might already be chasing one another through puddles left by last night's rain. The very walls seemed porous, allowing the city to press into every life, whether one welcomed it or not. And the smells, always the smells. Before the sun rose fully, men emptied chamber pots into gutters, and their contents mingled with horse manure already littering the street. Rag pickers, bending with practiced eyes, searched for scraps of cloth or bone that might be sold for a penny. Bakers lit their ovens so that, if you were fortunate, you caught a waft of warm bread rising through the smoke. It was a city of contrasts, where foulness and comfort coexisted side by side. Picture, if you will, a single narrow street, its name unrecorded, its people unremarked by history. A lamplighter, his ladder across his back, pauses to watch the faint blush of dawn. A laundress, her skirts already damp, hauls buckets of water drawn from a pump that neighbors share. Across the way, a boy in patched trousers guides a donkey cart laden with vegetables bound for Covent Garden. All of them are breathing the same air, their tasks different, but their world alike. One of constant motion, constant labor, constant adaptation to an environment that seemed always on the edge of overwhelming them. By the time the sun fully rose, the streets would be crowded, but there was something particular about the moments just before sunrise, that fragile cusp between night and day when hopes, however quiet, still lingered. A young man might pause outside a pawn shop, clutching the coat he must surrender to buy bread. A girl might glance at her reflection in a shop window, smoothing her hair with her palm. Each action held a story, most untold, each framed by the ever-present veil of coal smoke. The historian Charles Booth would later map the poverty of London, coloring whole districts in black and gray to represent hardship. But those maps did not yet exist. What existed instead were streets lived in by men and women who endured their hardships in silence, waking before dawn, stepping into a world that asked much and gave little. Still, they moved forward. The city did not pause, and neither could they. Even in the grander neighborhoods, where the wealthy reclined behind curtained windows, the city pressed in. Servants rose early, creeping quietly to light fires and cold hearths. Coachmen polished harness buckles in courtyards. Kitchen maids scrubbed pans from the night before, preparing to cook again. Luxury, to them, was not silence, but the chance to work in rooms warmed by coal and lit by oil lamps instead of the open sky. Their masters might sleep an hour longer, but they too would wake to air tinged with smoke. There was, in all of this, a curious resilience. People accepted the smells and sounds as part of the fabric of existence. The milk might taste faintly of soot, the bread might carry traces of ash. But life pressed on. To complain too loudly was to waste breath better spent on survival. And yet, tucked within each morning, there remained small sparks of beauty. The way the rising sun caught the Thames in a brief shimmer, the laughter of children skipping rope before work, the simple joy of hot tea poured into a cracked mug. It is these contrasts that remind us of the human spirit's persistence. Victorian London was, by every measure, a difficult place to live. Its streets before sunrise offered not the calm of fresh air, but the assurance of labor waiting. Still, people found ways to make it bearable. They sang on their way to market, they greeted neighbors, they carried on. And now, as you imagine yourself drifting through those streets, let your breath slow. Hear the distant clatter of wheels, the soft murmur of voices, the faint crackle of a coal fire just lit. Smell the mingling scents, unpleasant yet alive, and recognize how these streets carried both despair and hope. Home was warmth, but also shared breath. Step inside, if you will, a modest dwelling in Victorian London. The door creaks on its hinges, and the moment it opens, you are met not with space, but with closeness. The air itself feels thick, pressed by the breathing of too many bodies within too small a room. Home was warmth, yes, but it was also a tangle of lives lived without pause or privacy. The average working family of the mid-19th century often shared a single room, sometimes two, rarely more. Imagine 10 feet by 12, perhaps, its plaster walls stained by damp, with green mildew gathering quietly in the corners. The floorboards groan underfoot, not from age alone, but from the constant shifting of cots, trunks, and stools required to make space for each day's tasks. And yet, within that cramped space, life unfolded fully. Here a mother kneels, stirring a pot set atop a small iron grate, the thin broth bubbling faintly as she drops in scraps of bread. There a father rolls onto his side on a straw mattress, groaning from yesterday's labor at the docks. In another corner, a pair of children sit shoulder to shoulder, whispering in a game only they understand. Every gesture touches another, every sound carries across, for there is no wall to divide one from another. Privacy, in truth, was a privilege only the wealthy could afford. For the poor, and even much of the middling sort, one's breath mingled with another's, one's cough carried into the ears of the whole family. A single illness could sweep through the room in a night, leaving all exhausted. Yet even in such fragility, families learned to adapt. A sheet hung from a rope might create the illusion of a separate corner. A chest used for storing clothing might double as a seat for guests. Every object was asked to serve more than one purpose, and still, people made these spaces into homes. A faded print of a saint or a queen might be pinned to the wall. A sprig of dried lavender tucked above the hearth lent a fleeting scent when warmed by the fire. A mother's needle kept clothes mended, even if the fabric was patched upon patch. Within the press of bodies and burdens, tenderness remained. Imagine the sounds at night. Snores weaving with the distant clatter of hooves outside. A baby fussing, soothed by a lullaby whispered too softly to disturb the others. A cough, sharp and persistent, cutting through sleep. Yet alongside these were gentler sounds. The sigh of a child curling closer to her mother. The creak of a bed frame as someone shifted to make room. The murmur of a prayer said not for grandeur, but for endurance. In such closeness, emotions ran deep. Arguments flared quickly, for there was no escape from the sight of a frown or the sound of a complaint. Yet forgiveness, too, had to be swift. Life was too heavy to carry grudges through the night. Families learned to settle disputes in whispers, to offer comfort in gestures as small as handing another a blanket. The crowded room was not always filled with kin. Lodgers were common, strangers taken in to pay a portion of rent. A narrow bed might be shared by two men who had never spoken before the week they arrived. A corner might belong to a widow, with her belongings folded neatly beneath her cot. In this way, lives that had begun apart became entwined, not always harmoniously, but out of necessity. One can only imagine the air on a damp winter morning, breath clouding visibly, yet the room still heavy with the mingled odors of sweat, cooking, coal, and damp straw. Washing might be hung across a line strung from one wall to the other, dripping slowly onto the floorboards where children tried to step around the puddles. The scent of drying cloth mingled with everything else, forming a perfume that was less unpleasant than overwhelming. And still, there were moments of joy. A child's laughter echoed louder in those rooms than in any wide hall. A shared loaf, broken and passed hand to hand, seemed a feast when hunger pressed. A story told by the fireside, perhaps of saints or sailors, drew every ear close. In these moments, closeness was no burden but a bond. Letters from reformers of the era tell of their shock when they first visited such homes. They wrote of air too foul to endure and families packed as cattle in stalls. But those who lived within did not need description. They lived it daily, and still they rose each morning to work, to mend, to hope. Consider for a moment how different our own rooms feel. The space to stretch one's arms, the luxury of silence, the comfort of fresh linen. All these things we take as ordinary were once unimaginable dreams. To those in Victorian London, a room of one's own was not a certainty, but a fantasy. Yet the closeness carried its own kind of resilience. In learning to share, people also learned to rely upon one another. Children grew up knowing the rhythms of their siblings' sleep, the sound of their mother's breathing, the weight of their father's weariness. Bonds formed in this furnace of togetherness, bonds that could outlast hardship. As you rest now, picture not only the burdens of those crowded rooms, but also the endurance they bred. For even in such tight quarters, life was lived with vigor. Meals cooked, stories told, songs sung softly into the night. Humanity, pressed together, still found space for tenderness. Even a basin of cold water could feel like grace. Morning light in Victorian London was never crystal clear. It seeped through fog, through soot that had settled during the night, through curtains yellowed by coal smoke. And yet, within that muted glow, many families began their day with something remarkably simple: the act of washing. It was not bathing in the sense we know it, not showers cascading warmly, not tubs filled at the turn of a tap. It was, instead, the presence of a single bowl of cold water, a cloth, and the steady determination to make do. Imagine a narrow wooden stand by the bed, a porcelain pitcher set carefully upon it. A mother fills the basin, pouring slowly to keep the splash quiet. The water is cold, drawn from a pump in the yard, carried up the stairs in careful steps so as not to spill. There is no soap but a rough bar, worn thin and gritty with use. And yet, she leans close, dips a cloth, wrings it out, and wipes her child's face. The little one laughs, shrinks from the chill, then leans in again, refreshed. This small ritual is not only about cleanliness, it is about dignity, about starting the day with some semblance of order in a world that often had little. For the working classes, these moments were essential. A man setting off to a factory might scrub his hands and comb his hair with water slicked back, hoping to look respectable as he clocked in. A girl apprenticed to a seamstress would take an extra moment to rinse her fingers, knowing she would handle fabric and wishing her hands would not carry the dust of yesterday's street. Even when only the face and hands could be cleansed, these acts mattered. They were signals to oneself and to others. I may be poor, but I am not without pride. Washing was rarely done in solitude. A basin might serve 5 or 6 people, the same cloth dipped again and again. Water was too heavy to carry in excess, too precious to spill away after one use. Thus, families learned to share. A father bent over the bowl, splashing his face, a mother wiping her hands behind him, a child leaning on tiptoe to do the same. The intimacy of the act was unavoidable, yet it knit families together in quiet routine. Among the middle classes, washing had a slightly different flavor. Their homes might boast 2 or 3 basins, even a tub brought into the bedroom. A servant girl would carry hot water in copper jugs from the kitchen, her arms straining with the weight. Still, even in such homes, a full bath was unusual. More often, the mistress of the house performed what was called a sponge bath, dabbing at her arms, neck, and face, leaving the rest for another day. She might powder lightly afterward, adding a hint of lavender or rose water to disguise whatever lingered. It was not perfection, but it was enough to present oneself at the breakfast table. For the wealthy, ritual grew elaborate. A gentleman might ring for his valet, who would lay out fresh cloths and prepare scented water. A lady might have her maid carefully wash her face with milk or her hands with lemon. These small touches of luxury were not about health in the modern sense. They were gestures of refinement, proof of a life separated from grime. And yet, beneath the elegance, the same truth remained. No one thought of washing as daily immersion. A true bath was still rare, an indulgence or a prescription rather than routine. Children were often the ones who suffered most. Mothers might do their best to keep small faces clean, but hair tangled, nails darkened, and clothes grew stiff with days of wear. Illnesses spread quickly when one basin of water served a dozen little ones. Still, parents clung to the small acts, wiping, scrubbing, tidying, because they understood instinctively that cleanliness offered some defense, not against germs, which they did not yet know, but against despair. There were books of advice, curious to modern ears, that counseled moderation in washing. One manual declared that washing the face with cold water in the morning invigorated the spirit, but warned against wetting the whole body too often, lest it weaken the constitution. Another suggested that women wash their faces with alternating hot and cold water to ward off wrinkles, a kind of early beauty regimen. There was earnestness in such advice, but also misunderstanding. People were experimenting in the dark, trying to balance tradition with new ideas about health. Imagine how it must have felt on a winter morning. The water drawn from the pump stung with cold, numbing fingers as it was carried upstairs. Children whimpered at its touch, yet their mothers insisted, for the act itself carried meaning. And in summer, when the city air clung hot and close, that same basin felt like blessing, a coolness that soothed even as it cleansed. In both extremes, the ritual was the same: a cloth dipped, a face wiped, a moment of pause before plunging into the day's labor. Not all could afford even this. The poorest, those living on the very margins, often went unwashed for days. Street children, in particular, grew accustomed to the smell of their own skin and clothes. They might splash their hands in a puddle, run rainwater through their hair, or rub their faces with rags left behind in markets. To them, cleanliness was less a daily act than an occasional accident, something achieved when fortune or weather allowed. And yet, whenever possible, people returned to the basin. It was as if the act itself offered reassurance, a small defense against the city's chaos. Even reformers noticed. They wrote of visiting slums and finding families who, though desperately poor, still kept a pitcher and bowl shining on a stand, their one point of pride. That little station of washing was more than furniture. It was a declaration that life, however harsh, still deserved order. We must not forget the servants who bore much of the labor. In wealthy houses, maids carried countless jugs of water each day, climbing stairs with arms shaking, spilling only enough to avoid scolding. They heated kettles, polished basins, laundered cloths. Yet their own washing often came last, hurried and incomplete. In this, as in so much, the act of caring for others left little time to care for oneself. There is something profoundly human in these small acts. They remind us that even when resources were scarce and knowledge incomplete, people sought ways to refresh themselves. They yearned not only for health, but for dignity. A wiped face, a rinsed hand, a comb pulled through damp hair. These were not luxuries, but quiet assertions of humanity in a world that often stripped it away. As you lie back now, perhaps with the cool of night air brushing your cheek, imagine the touch of that damp cloth. Imagine the relief of water against skin after days of dust. It was never enough to undo the weight of smoke and filth, but it was something. And in that something lay both comfort and hope, layers of fabric carried yesterday into today. When you picture the Victorians, perhaps your mind fills with images of grand gowns and sharp suits, skirts spread wide like bells, bodices laced tight, men in tall hats with polished shoes. And in a sense, these impressions are true. But if you look closer, if you linger in the quieter spaces where people truly lived, you discover that clothing was not just fashion. It was weight, burden, and memory, all stitched together. For most, garments were heavy in more ways than one. They were not light cottons spun for comfort, but dense wool, thick linen, or coarse flannel. A dress was not a single piece, but layers: chemise, corset, petticoats, skirt, overskirt, perhaps an apron. Each layer added weight. On a summer's day, the heat grew unbearable, yet women bore it because the social order demanded modesty and respectability. Men, too, sweltered under wool coats, waistcoats, and stiff collars. To be properly dressed meant to carry the day upon your body, and these clothes carried yesterday as well. Laundry was arduous and expensive. Soap was dear, water laborious to haul, firewood precious. Washing day was an event that consumed an entire household's energy, often stretching from dawn into night. Thus, clothing was worn again and again before being scrubbed. The fibers absorbed sweat, smoke, and every scent of the street: the tang of coal, the sharp bite of horse manure, the faint sweetness of spilled ale from the tavern. With each passing day, garments became a record of where one had walked. Corsets, in particular, bore stories of burden. Tightened daily, often without being washed for weeks, they trapped perspiration and dust. The stays dug into ribs, leaving red marks, but they were considered essential, not merely a matter of beauty, but of virtue. A woman without a corset was thought slovenly, even immoral. So she bore the pressure, breathed shallowly, and carried on. Petticoats dragged across muddy streets, collecting filth along their hems, yet they were brushed off and worn again. What choice was there? Consider the working classes. A laborer's trousers might be patched upon patches, the knees stiff with dried clay from construction work. A laundress's skirts would be darkened at the hem by soapy water, never fully dry. Children wore hand-me-downs, sleeves too long or too short, shoes split at the toes. They grew accustomed to discomfort, for garments were expensive and had to last. In those crowded rooms, mothers bent late at night by candlelight, needle flashing, patching holes once more. Even among the wealthier classes, clothing was no easy thing. Dresses required servants to lace and fasten, coats demanded brushing, gloves had to be stretched and dried. Fabrics, such as silk and velvet, while luxurious, were delicate, easily stained by soot. A lady could step from her carriage and find the hem of her gown blackened by a single walk across the street. That was the paradox. The wealthier the fabric, the more it betrayed the dirt of the world. Perfume was often the chosen answer. A spritz of lavender water, a dab of rose attar on a handkerchief. These were meant to mask the odors that clung to garments. But as with the air itself, perfume only mingled with what was already there, creating a scent both sweet and sour. In a drawing room, one might encounter a wave of rose, quickly followed by the unmistakable musk of unwashed wool. The combination was, to say the least, distinctive. Children knew the burden too. Imagine a small girl swaddled in layers, her arms barely able to lift above her shoulders, or a boy forced into a stiff collar that rubbed his neck raw. Play was cumbersome, movement restricted, yet expectations did not bend. Clothing was not designed for comfort, but for order, for the impression it gave to the outside world. A well-dressed child reflected honor upon the family, even if the child himself could hardly breathe. Laundry day deserves its own picture. Buckets of water hauled from pumps, heated over smoky fires. Soap grated and stirred into boiling tubs. Clothes plunged, scrubbed, beaten against boards, wrung out with aching hands. Stains demanded peculiar remedies: chalk for grease, kerosene for blood, urine for bleaching. The work consumed hours, sometimes days, and left women exhausted. Yet even then, clothes were never quite fresh. They dried stiff on lines stretched across narrow yards, smelling of smoke and lye. To put them on again was to wear labor itself. There is an almost haunting detail that reformers recorded. Many of the poor did not own underclothes. Fabric was too costly, so skin pressed directly against outer garments, and those garments were rarely washed. For women of means, linen underthings served as a layer that could be laundered more easily, preserving dresses. For the poor, there was no such barrier. Clothing bore the full weight of the body's life. And yet, and here is where tenderness returns, clothing was also a canvas of care. Mothers took pride in mending, in keeping garments whole against all odds. A patch carefully aligned, a button replaced, a fray hemmed. These acts spoke of love as much as of necessity. To dress a child, even in patched sleeves, was to say, "You are presentable, you are worthy." In this, clothing carried more than burden. It carried devotion. Imagine now, walking through a London street on a damp afternoon. Hundreds of figures pass you, each wrapped in layers that whisper of labor and longing. The wealthy glide, skirts swishing, but underneath lies the same weight, the same lingering odors. The poor trudge, coats threadbare, but still stitched with care. Clothing, for all, was both shield and shackle, a way to face the world while carrying the traces of yesterday. As you rest tonight, picture those heavy fabrics rustling in dim rooms, skirts hung to dry by the hearth, jackets folded carefully, though they smelled of smoke. Let the image remind you of the endurance stitched into every seam, the quiet strength of those who bore their burdens wrapped close around them. Small rituals promised a sense of purity. When we think of cleanliness today, our minds go to the bright comforts of warm showers, fluffy towels, the scent of fresh soap. Yet in the Victorian world, such luxuries were dreams reserved for only the rarest few. For most, cleanliness was whispered rather than spoken, practiced in small gestures that carried more hope than true relief. The notion of being clean was far different from ours. A person might not bathe for weeks, yet still consider themselves fresh if they had washed their face, rinsed their hands, and dabbed a little vinegar or lavender water behind the ears. These rituals were enough to create a sense of order, of dignity. After all, who had the means to do more? A full bath was an undertaking. Water carried in buckets, heated over fires, poured into a tub, and then carried back out again. Too much labor for most households to consider, except on rare occasions. And yet, within those limitations, people clung to their little practices. A basin and pitcher in a bedroom became a symbol of aspiration. Each morning, a man might splash his face, smoothing his hair with dampened fingers, and feel the day begin anew. A woman, perhaps, would rub her hands with a lemon rind to brighten the skin, convinced that this small act could stand against the dust and smoke that lingered in the air. These moments were fragile but important, whispers of a dream of purity in a world soiled by necessity. For the poor, even water itself could be a luxury. Wells were often shared by dozens of families, pumps sometimes fouled by the very waste that lined the streets. To fetch water meant waiting in line, lugging heavy pails back to crowded rooms and rationing it carefully. A little for cooking, a little for drinking, a little, if one dared, for washing. In such conditions, to wash one's face was almost an act of rebellion, a refusal to be entirely claimed by the dirt of poverty. Children learned these whispers early. A rag dipped in cold water might be passed from hand to hand, each child wiping cheeks and fingers before the rag was hung to dry. They laughed at the cold shock, splashing one another, turning scarcity into play. For them, cleanliness was not about thoroughness, but about ritual, the sense that water itself carried a kind of magic, even if only a thimbleful could be spared. Among the wealthier classes, cleanliness became part of identity. Manuals of etiquette recommended daily care of the visible parts, hands, face, hairline, while cautioning against excessive bathing, which was thought to weaken the constitution. Sponge baths, taken discreetly in one's room, were considered quite enough. Servants might carry pitchers of hot water upstairs, their arms trembling from the weight, while their employers performed their morning ablutions with a sense of refinement. Soap, too, was precious. Early bars were harsh, lye-based, and often left the skin raw. Yet people treasured them, cutting bars into smaller pieces, keeping them wrapped in cloth to preserve the scent. To wash with soap was to participate in something almost sacred, a moment of brightness against the shadows of grime. Poor families might go without for weeks, saving a sliver for Sunday when they wished to appear especially presentable for church. That small act of lathering became both physical cleansing and spiritual preparation. Perfumed waters were another form of whispered cleanliness. A drop of lavender oil in a basin, a spritz of rose water on a handkerchief. These were not merely indulgences, they were shields. To smell of flowers was to declare oneself above the dirt, if only for an hour. Men carried pomade tins, smoothing their hair with scented oil. Women dabbed their wrists and collars, hoping the fragrance would outlast the odors of the street. The scents mingled with coal smoke, with horse manure, with sweat, yet they mattered, for they gave courage. And then there were the curious home remedies. A dash of vinegar in the hair was thought to cleanse the scalp. Rubbing the teeth with powdered chalk promised a brighter smile. Soapwort plants boiled into suds provided a gentle wash for delicate fabrics and sometimes for skin. Families passed these recipes quietly, each believing in their power. They were small acts of agency, ways of claiming control in a world where dirt seemed relentless. Consider the intimacy of these whispers. A mother wiping her child's face with the corner of her apron dipped in water. A husband rinsing the dust from his hands before sitting at the table. A daughter brushing her hair 100 strokes, believing that each stroke drew away not only tangles, but also impurities. These were not grand gestures. They were murmurs, repeated daily, that kept despair at bay. In the darker corners of London, whispers of cleanliness sometimes became whispers of shame. Those who could not afford soap or water were judged harshly. Dirt was equated with laziness, with moral failure. Reformers urged the poor to keep themselves and their children neat, yet offered little means to make it possible. In crowded tenements, where water was scarce and privacy non-existent, people did what they could, wiping with damp rags, changing collars instead of whole garments, combing hair with borrowed brushes. Their efforts went unseen, overshadowed by the prejudice that cleanliness was merely a matter of will. And yet, whispers traveled. School children were taught to wash hands before meals, to scrub nails, to brush teeth when possible. These lessons spread from classroom to family, from child to parent. Slowly, the idea took root that cleanliness was not only about appearance, but about health. Even if science had not yet fully explained germs, instinct told them that water and soap mattered. These instincts, humble though they seemed, were the seeds of change. The whisper became a hum in hospitals. A few doctors, ahead of their time, began urging hand washing before surgery, cleansing instruments with carbolic acid. They were ridiculed by their peers, yet patients treated under these whispers of cleanliness began to survive more often. The change was not immediate, but it was beginning. Quietly, beneath the noise of tradition, the whisper gathered strength. There is something profoundly moving about imagining those small rituals: a basin of water catching the morning light, steam rising faintly as hands are dipped, a sigh of relief as dirt loosens. These were not luxuries. They were moments of defiance, of tenderness, of hope. In them, one can hear the faint beginning of a revolution in hygiene. And now, as you rest, imagine the faint trickle of water poured from a pitcher, the soft splash in a bowl, the sound of cloth wrung out gently. Let those whispers surround you, as if you, too, were sharing in those fragile rituals of care. Every step carried the city's memory. When one imagines Victorian London, it is easy to picture its rooftops, its chimneys belching smoke into the gray sky, or the glow of lamps flickering along foggy lanes. But to understand how people truly lived, one must lower the gaze to the ground itself, to the streets beneath their feet, for it was there, in mud and dust, that the city revealed its truest self. The streets were not smooth, not paved in neat stone for all to share. They were uneven, cobbled in some parts, dirt-packed in others, always shifting with rain and footfall. Horses, thousands of them, pulled carts and carriages. Each left behind not only hoofprints, but also the unavoidable: manure, urine, and sweat. It was estimated that a single horse produced more than 30 pounds of waste in a single day. Multiply that by the endless traffic of the city, and you begin to imagine the layer upon layer building underfoot. Rain transformed streets into rivers of filth. Waste that had dried in the sun was lifted and swept along, creating streams that carried refuse toward gutters. Children leapt over these rivulets, sometimes missing, splashing shoes and stockings. Adults raised skirts or tucked trousers, though rarely could they keep them clean. In summer, when the sun burned high, the filth baked into dust. Cartwheels ground it fine, and the wind lifted it, so that every breath tasted faintly of manure, ash, and decay. Street sweepers appeared here and there, children often, with small brooms and weary faces. They cleared a patch for a passerby, hoping for a coin tossed in pity. Their brooms stirred more dust than they banished. Yet without them, movement through the city might have been impossible. They were the silent keepers of paths, bending low in rags, the forgotten custodians of London's veins. Garbage, too, belonged to the street. There was no system of collection, no regular removal. Housewives flung peelings, bones, ashes, and broken crockery from windows. Neighbors added their scraps until the pile was too high, at which point scavengers descended. Rag pickers sorted for cloth. bone collectors for fragments to sell, dogs nosed for meat, rats claimed the rest. In this cycle, the street became both table and graveyard. At night, the darkness made streets more perilous still. Lanterns burned dim, fog crept low, and beneath it lay puddles whose depths could not be guessed. A step into one might soak stockings to the knee, filling shoes with foul water. Gentlemen used walking sticks not only for style, but to test the ground ahead. Ladies relied on escorts to guide them across crossings where filth gathered thickest. Still, accidents were common: a lost shoe, a torn hem, a stumble into muck. Each morning, garments bore fresh stains, silent testimony to where one had walked. There were stranger burdens, too. The air above the street carried the smoke of coal, the dust of brickworks, the steam of industry. Ashes fell like gray snow, settling into collars and hair. Coal wagons rumbled endlessly, leaving trails of black powder. When the fog descended, that infamous London pea soup, it was not only mist, but soot, sulfur, and waste suspended together. People groped their way, coughing, eyes watering, handkerchiefs pressed to mouths. Even indoors, soot crept in through cracks, settling on tables, bedding, and food. And yet, amid all this, life thrived. Street markets lined the lanes, stalls bright with goods, baskets of vegetables, wheels of cheese, steaming pies. But look closely, and you would see how close food lay to filth. Carrots tumbled onto cobbles, bread rested on cloths near gutters, fish shone silver while flies gathered. Shoppers chose quickly, wiping produce with sleeves, trusting heat from kitchens to banish what the street had shared. For children, the street was playground. They skipped over puddles, chased hoops, played games of chase among carts. Their laughter rose above the din of wheels and hoofs, a music stronger than dirt. They grew accustomed to smells, to stains, to danger underfoot. For them, this was simply the world. Shoes wore thin quickly, bare feet grew tough, souls blackened but unbothered. The street shaped them as surely as school or church. The poor often lived closest to the worst streets. Narrow alleys reeked, drains overflowed, gutters clogged. Water pooled where rats swarmed, spreading fever. Yet families carried on, hanging washing across lanes, gossiping at doorsteps, children tumbling in mud. They had little choice but to claim the street as an extension of their homes. It was their hallway, their yard, their stage of daily survival. Meanwhile, the wealthy attempted escape. Carriages shielded them from splashes, boots polished against filth, but still the street clung. Hemlines betrayed them, coats bore dust. Even behind fine gates the sound and smell of the street crept in. No one could wholly avoid it. The city was written underfoot for all, regardless of rank. And then there were the smells. Imagine standing at a crossing, the wind shifting. From one direction comes coal smoke, acrid and choking. From another, the sweet rot of garbage. Nearby, a horse stamps, releasing sharp ammonia. All of it mingles, a perfume unique to London. People wrinkled noses, dabbed scented cloths, yet carried on. What else could they do? They adapted, and adaptation became survival. It is tempting, from our vantage, to recoil at these details. Yet for Victorians, this was simply normal. The street was not merely a place to pass through, but a constant companion. Its dirt clung to clothes, its smells filled lungs, its uneven ground wore into bones. They walked it daily, carried it home nightly, and woke to tread it again. And still, within the street, there was resilience. Vendors sang out their wares, neighbors exchanged greetings, children invented games, lovers walked hand in hand, careful where they stepped. The street was foul, yes, but it was also full of life. It was where London breathed, argued, celebrated, mourned. Its filth was inseparable from its vitality. So as you lie quietly now, imagine those cobbles beneath the soles of countless shoes, worn smooth by passage, dampened by rain, dusted by sun. Picture skirts lifted, boots splattered, walking sticks tapping, wheels grinding. Hear the calls of vendors, the clop of horses, the laughter of children, and in it all, feel the steady rhythm of life, enduring despite the weight beneath their feet. Illness crept quietly, carried by water and air. In the quiet of a Victorian night, when fires had burned low and streets fell into uneasy silence, something else stirred. Not the sound of hoofbeats or the cry of vendors, but a presence invisible, silent, and merciless. Epidemics moved unseen, carried in the very air people breathed, in the water they drank, in the food they swallowed without suspicion. They came suddenly, and they lingered long. For many Londoners, sickness was part of life's rhythm. Children coughed through winters, parents worried over fevers, neighbors whispered about households struck down. Yet epidemics were different. They were storms without thunder, arriving with little warning, sweeping through crowded alleys and echoing parlors alike. Families lived with the uneasy knowledge that health was fragile, that any day could bring word of a new outbreak. Cholera was the great terror. It struck quickly, stealing strength within hours. At first, a stomach cramp or dizziness, then sudden vomiting, relentless diarrhea, bodies weakened until lips turned blue, skin shriveled, eyes sunken. Death could come before nightfall. Families watched in horror as loved ones collapsed, powerless to help. Entire streets might be touched within days. The speed of it, the cruelty, left people shaken. What made cholera most dreadful was its mystery. Doctors spoke of bad air, the foul-smelling miasmas rising from sewage and garbage. People burned tar, scattered herbs, or carried posies of flowers to ward off the invisible. They scrubbed doorsteps with vinegar, opened windows, closed windows, anything that might keep the poisoned air at bay. None of it stopped the disease. The real culprit, contaminated water, remained unknown to most, flowing silently through pumps and pipes. Typhoid crept more slowly, but no less deadly. Its fevers lingered for weeks, sapping strength, leaving delirium in their wake. Poor sanitation spread it swiftly, and in crowded tenements, the line between a neighbor's waste and one's own drinking water blurred fatally. Coughs carried tuberculosis, the white plague, hollowing lungs and turning families into caretakers for years before death arrived. Scarlet fever, diphtheria, measles, each made its rounds, claiming the smallest and weakest first. Children were especially vulnerable. It was common for a family to lose more than one child, the grief compounded by resignation. Death in childhood was not rare but expected. Parents spoke softly of angel babies, tiny lives carried off before they could grow. Cemeteries filled with small graves, their stones etched with lambs and gentle words. Families dressed children in their best for burial, garments lovingly sewn, as if clothing could soften the harshness of departure. Even the wealthy could not hide from epidemics. They might retreat to country estates when outbreaks began, hoping cleaner air and water would protect them. Yet disease traveled, carried by servants, by travelers, by food brought from the city. Letters from London told of neighbors lost, of streets emptied. Fear crossed every class boundary. The poor suffered most, but no one felt entirely safe. The silence of epidemics lay not only in their invisibility, but in the way they reshaped daily life. Church bells tolled more often. Black crape appeared on doors. Markets grew thin as vendors fell ill. Children were kept home, windows shuttered. Conversations hushed when the subject arose, as if speaking too loudly might invite illness inside. Families prayed at bedsides, whispers blending with the rattle of breath. Doctors offered what remedies they could. Some prescribed opium to calm pain, others bled patients to balance the humors. Mercury mixtures promised cures, but poisoned more than they healed. Housewives brewed teas of chamomile, peppermint, ginger, anything that might soothe. Hope clung to every remedy, yet cures seldom came. For many, care meant only comfort. Cool cloths on fevered foreheads, soft songs sung at bedsides, the presence of a hand held through the night. The fear of contagion shaped behavior. Neighbors avoided households struck by illness. Friends crossed streets rather than pass too near. Shops closed, schools emptied, churches saw fewer congregants. Yet others, compelled by duty or compassion, drew closer. Nurses, clergy, family members, they remained despite risk, despite fear. Their bravery was quiet, unseen, yet it formed the thread of endurance through each epidemic. One figure stands out in history, Dr. John Snow, who in 1854 studied a cholera outbreak in Soho. He traced deaths to a single water pump on Broad Street, arguing that contaminated water, not bad air, was the cause. His theory was dismissed by many, yet the evidence was strong. When the pump handle was removed, the outbreak subsided. This moment marked the beginning of a new understanding, though acceptance would take years. The silent killer had finally been glimpsed, its path illuminated by observation and courage. Yet long after Snow's discovery, change was slow. Old beliefs clung stubbornly. People still sprinkled perfumes, still trusted flowers more than science. Sanitation reforms were debated, delayed, resisted. Meanwhile, epidemics continued, claiming thousands. The silence was broken only by mourning, then softened again by resignation. And still, amid fear, life continued. Markets reopened, children returned to play, church bells tolled for weddings as well as funerals. The city, wounded by invisible enemies, carried on. People adapted as they always had, weaving grief into the fabric of daily survival. Epidemics were terrible, but they became part of memory, shaping habits, inspiring reforms, pressing society slowly toward change. As you rest tonight, think of those quiet streets where illness moved unseen, where neighbors whispered, where families clung to hope in candlelit rooms. Picture a mother holding her child close, knowing she could not banish fever, but refusing to let go of love. Imagine the courage of nurses who stepped into rooms others avoided, of reformers who argued for cleaner water, though few listened. These were the whispers of resistance against silence. Sweet scents tried to hide the truth beneath. In a world where water was scarce and soap costly, Victorians reached for something else to ease the senses. Perfume. To us, a spritz of fragrance might feel like a finishing touch, a pleasant indulgence. But to them, it was armor, disguise, a fragile veil drawn over the odors of a city steeped in coal, sweat, and sewage. Behind every sweet note of rose or lavender lay an attempt to escape what could not be escaped. For the wealthy, perfume was plentiful. Crystal bottles, delicate atomizers, handkerchiefs dabbed with oils, these were part of the daily ritual of dressing. Ladies powdered themselves with violet. Men rubbed cologne into their whiskers. Each scent carried a kind of status, a sign that one had the means to surround oneself with beauty, even when the streets outside reeked of decay. But perfume, no matter how costly, could never erase reality. It only mingled with it, creating a strange harmony. the sweetness of roses layered atop the sour tang of sweat, the musk of civet fighting with the acrid smoke of coal fires. Among the middle class, perfumes were simpler, often floral waters distilled at home. A sprig of rosemary steeped in vinegar, lavender boiled into tonic, rose petals pressed into oil. These concoctions filled small bottles kept in handbags or waistcoat pockets. A quick dab to the wrist or a wave of a scented handkerchief offered comfort, if only for a moment. The scents gave the illusion of freshness, a reminder of gardens and fields in a city that smelled of gutters and horses. Even the poor found ways to mimic perfume. They might carry herbs tucked into pockets, mint, thyme, pennyroyal, anything that could mask the odors clinging to unwashed clothing. Mothers placed sprigs of lavender near bedding, hoping to soften the smell of damp straw. Charcoal, vinegar, even onions were believed to cleanse the air. People carried them not only for fragrance, but as protection, convinced that sweet or sharp smells could guard against illness carried by foul air. The belief in scent as medicine ran deep. The miasma theory held that disease spread through bad air, and so people sought to purify their surroundings with smell. Streets were sprinkled with lime, rooms fumigated with burning herbs. Sulfur was set alight, filling spaces with acrid smoke meant to chase sickness away. Doctors recommended strong colognes to strengthen the constitution, perfumes to guard the nose against corruption. In their minds, to breathe fragrance was to breathe health. Perfume was also deeply personal. Lovers exchanged bottles as tokens. Mothers dabbed scent onto children before church. Widows clutched handkerchiefs still holding the faint trace of a husband's cologne. In these gestures, fragrance was memory, binding people together across time. The scent of lavender might recall a grandmother's touch. The sharp note of bay rum might summon a father long gone. These associations lingered, powerful as any photograph. But perfume was not without cost. Many mixtures contained toxic elements. Lead, arsenic, and mercury sometimes slipped into powders and pomades, slowly poisoning those who wore them. Musk was harvested from animals under cruel conditions, while civet and ambergris demanded wealth to acquire. Perfume was luxury, but also risk. Still, people clung to it, believing that beauty, even dangerous beauty, was worth the price. In the crowded rooms of London, where 8 or more might sleep together, perfume served as comfort as much as concealment. A handkerchief pressed to the nose, scented with rose water, could mean the difference between sleep and nausea. A dab at the temples might ease headache. In theaters and churches, where bodies pressed close, the mingling of perfumes created a haze both pleasant and cloying. One visitor described it as breathing flowers through smoke. It was survival, but also fashion. For women especially, perfume was identity. A lady might be known for her particular fragrance, her presence remembered by the trail of violet or jasmine she left behind. To smell of sweetness was to be refined, respectable, desirable. To smell of sweat and labor was to be judged harshly. Thus, perfume became a mask demanded by society, one more layer in the burden of appearances. Men, too, used scent as a mark of character. Bay rum, sandalwood, bergamot. These were associated with vigor, strength, reliability. A gentleman might rub oil into his beard, ensuring that when he leaned to speak, his scent spoke as well. Soldiers carried colognes as tokens from home. Sailors dabbed cheap perfumes before shore leave. In each case, fragrance served as a declaration. I am clean, I am strong, I am worthy. And yet, in truth, perfume was a fragile disguise. The odors of London were relentless. Chamber pots emptied into streets. Horses left their daily burden. Factories belched sulfur. No perfume, however strong, could hold back the tide. Instead, it blended. Roses with manure, violets with coal smoke, lavender with the sharp tang of refuse. The result was something uniquely Victorian, an atmosphere sweet and sour, delicate and foul all at once. This blend became the city's signature. Travelers wrote of the odd mixture, describing streets where one moment carried the fragrance of lilacs, the next the stench of sewage. In parlors, ladies glowed with lavender and musk, yet the faint trace of coal dust clung to skirts. Perfume was never enough to separate life from its realities. It could soften them, perhaps, but never erase. Still, perfume offered dignity. To carry a scented handkerchief was to say, "I will not surrender to filth entirely." To dab rose water on the wrist was to declare that beauty mattered, even here. And in that small defiance lay something noble. It was not ignorance of reality, but determination to find grace within it. Perfume was a whisper of resistance against the overwhelming smells of the world. As you rest tonight, imagine the soft clink of glass bottles on a dressing table, the faint mist of rose water rising in lamplight, the rustle of skirts as a woman lifts her handkerchief to her lips. Picture the mingling of scents: lavender, coal smoke, violets, manure, and feel the strange tenderness in it. For behind every perfume lay the same hope, that life could still hold sweetness, even in the foulest of times. Every layer carried both duty and weight. Victorian women lived in a world defined not only by walls and windows, but by fabric, expectation, and silence. Their days were hemmed in by clothing, their bodies pressed by corsets, their movements dictated by custom. To be a woman was to endure, sometimes quietly, sometimes fiercely, beneath the gaze of society. The ordeals they carried were not always spoken of, but they were felt in every breath taken within the confines of lace and whalebone. A woman's morning began long before her day truly started. Rising from a bed that may have been shared with sisters or even children, she faced the ritual of dressing first, a chemise to shield the skin, then stays or corset laced tight. The laces drew in until breathing was shallow, posture upright, waist diminished. This was not merely fashion, but expectation. A woman without a corset was judged unruly, improper, her virtue questioned. To tighten those laces was to tighten her claim to respectability. Then came the layers: petticoats, crinolines, skirts, bodices. Each piece added weight. On warm days, sweat pooled beneath fabric, dampening linen that might not be washed for weeks. Heavy hems dragged across streets already fouled with mud and waste, carrying stains back into parlors and bedrooms. Yet women carried themselves with grace, their burdens concealed beneath practiced smiles. The clothes were beautiful, but they were also prisons. Consider the ordeal of menstruation. No disposable pads, no discreet products. Instead, strips of cloth, rags, they were called, washed and reused in secrecy. Women rinsed them by hand, hung them to dry in hidden corners, always with fear of discovery and shame. Pain was treated with cold baths, mercury mixtures, or simple endurance. Doctors dismissed complaints as hysteria, a word that silenced suffering. To be unwell once a month was not seen as natural, but as weakness, something to be endured behind closed doors. Childbearing, too, was fraught. Many women bore child after child, their bodies worn down by repeated pregnancies. Medical understanding was limited, and childbirth often carried the shadow of death. Infection, hemorrhage, exhaustion. These were common companions. Mothers knew that survival was uncertain, yet they had little choice. Motherhood was not just expectation, but destiny. And even when health failed, even when grief struck, women were told to bear it quietly, with dignity. Cosmetics offered another ordeal. Pale skin was the ideal, a sign of refinement, freedom from labor. To achieve it, women dusted their faces with powders laced with lead, dabbed rouge containing mercury, and darkened lashes with antimony. These toxins seeped slowly into their bodies, poisoning them in the name of beauty. Hair was colored with dyes containing harmful metals, rubbed directly into the scalp. And yet, to appear without these enhancements was to risk ridicule. Women bore the danger willingly, caught between expectation and survival. The daily weight of housework added still more. Even in wealthier homes, where servants were employed, women oversaw endless chores: laundry, mending, cooking, cleaning. In poorer families, the work was done entirely by their hands. Buckets of water carried up and down stairs, fires tended from dawn, bread kneaded, clothes patched. The labor never ended, and yet it was seldom recognized as labor at all. It was simply life, the invisible fabric holding households together. Social rules wove another net. Women were expected to be modest, graceful, obedient. Their voices were hushed in public, their opinions often dismissed. A woman who spoke too boldly risked being labeled unfeminine, difficult, unworthy of marriage. Many learned to smile while swallowing words, to nod politely while silencing thought. Their ordeal was not only physical, but emotional, the constant restraint of self. Even leisure carried its trials. A promenade in the park meant walking in tight boots that blistered, skirts that tangled, corsets that restricted breath. A social call required hours of preparation, hair arranged, gowns brushed, gloves fitted. Behind the appearance of ease lay hours of discomfort. To appear effortless was itself an effort. And yet, despite these ordeals, women found resilience. In sewing circles, they whispered truths to one another, sharing burdens in laughter and sorrow. In kitchens, they passed down remedies and recipes, weaving strength into daily bread. Mothers taught daughters how to endure, how to stretch fabric, how to patch dignity into worn garments. Sisters comforted each other. Friends exchanged secrets, small rebellions hidden within folds of fabric. There were those who pushed against expectation, writers who took up pens, reformers who argued for education, nurses who braved disease to care for the sick. Their voices, though often muted by society, carried forward. Each act of defiance, however small, chipped away at the walls surrounding women's lives. These were not easy victories, but they were seeds of change planted in soil watered by endurance. Think of the countless nights when women, exhausted from chores and worry, finally lay down. The corset unlaced, the heavy skirts folded aside, the body marked with indentations where stays had pressed. Relief was fleeting, for morning would demand the laces again. Yet in that brief moment, perhaps, there was a sigh, not just of weariness, but of survival. Another day endured, another burden carried with grace. As you rest tonight, imagine those layers of fabric, those whispered conversations, those quiet sighs. Picture women tending children by candlelight, mending clothes with sore fingers, smoothing hair before stepping into the world. Their ordeals were heavy, but within them shone resilience. Beneath the corsets and cosmetics, beneath the duties and demands, beat hearts that longed for comfort, dignity, and peace. The mirror held secrets more perilous than kind. Beauty has always carried its own power, its own pull upon the imagination. In the Victorian age, that power was sharpened by expectation and dulled by ignorance. Women and men alike sought to meet ideals of appearance that demanded sacrifice. To look beautiful was to belong, to be respected, to be loved. Yet in chasing that beauty, many touched poisons with bare hands, brushed toxins across their skin, and inhaled fumes that slowly unmade their health. Beauty in that world was not only a desire, it was a danger. The standard was pale skin, luminous and unmarked by labor. It told the world a woman had no need to toil under the sun, that she lived a life cushioned from hardship. To achieve it, powders were applied daily, powders that promised radiance but contained lead. Day by day, lead seeped through pores, entering the bloodstream. Skin grew fragile, teeth loosened, bodies weakened. Yet society praised the pallor, admiring what was in truth the face of quiet poisoning. Rouge was equally treacherous. A dab of color on the cheeks was meant to mimic health, a youthful flush. But many rouges were mixed with mercury salts, brightening faces even as they dimmed futures. The metal crept into systems silently, causing tremors, tooth loss, madness. Still, women pressed the rouge to their cheeks before stepping into parlors and ballrooms, convinced that beauty was worth the unseen price. Lip preparations, too, were dangerous. Some were made with vermilion, rich in mercury, painting lips a brilliant red while harming the body beneath. To smile was to shine, yet every smile carried risk. Even eye cosmetics, powders darkening lashes and brows, often contained antimony, which irritated eyes and, over time, could cause blindness. A glance that charmed might be paid for with sight itself. Perfumed oils for hair glistened with hidden hazards. Some contained lead acetate, sold under names like hair restorers. These promised to darken graying locks to restore youth. The truth was harsher. Headaches, stomach pains, and slow deterioration of health. Women massaged them into their scalps, hoping for beauty, unaware that they were massaging illness into their lives. Men, too, fell victim, trusting tonics for whiskers and mustaches that carried the same poisons. Clothing itself conspired with beauty's dangers. Bright fabrics, dyed with arsenic-laden greens, shimmered in lamplight, yet shed toxic dust. Gloves, ribbons, even artificial flowers carried the pigment. Arsenic, brushed against skin, inhaled from the faintest fibers, built slowly in bodies. Stories spread of women collapsing after evenings in arsenic-green gowns, of children sickened by the dust from wallpaper colored the same. Still, the color remained in vogue, too striking to abandon easily. Jewelry was no safer. Paste jewels glowed with chemicals that irritated skin. Hairpins and combs were tipped with metals that left rashes. Even pearls were sometimes treated with caustic solutions, the residue transferred to bare skin. Yet society adored ornament, and adornment was deemed essential. Few questioned what dangers lay hidden in the glitter. Men, though less scrutinized, faced their own perils. Pomades and tonics promised thick hair, smooth skin, vigor. Many were laced with turpentine, ammonia, or mercury. Bay rum, a popular cologne, was harmless in moderation, but intoxicating when overused, its fumes dizzying. Some men swallowed invigorating pills, patent medicines claiming to restore virility, often packed with strychnine or arsenic. Their pursuit of strength mirrored women's pursuit of beauty. Both sought ideals sold in bottles. Both risked health for appearances. Why did they persist? Partly ignorance, for science had not yet revealed the slow poisons within, but partly, too, because society offered little choice. To be beautiful was to secure respect. To marry well to stand proudly in drawing rooms. To appear without powder, rouge, or dye was to risk scorn. A woman's worth was tied to her looks, and men's worth to their vigor. In such a world, even danger seemed preferable to ridicule. There is a haunting tenderness in imagining women seated at dressing tables, brushing powder onto their cheeks by candlelight. The mirror reflects a gentle glow, softening features, promising acceptance. They smile faintly, unaware that each stroke carries risk. Husbands admire, neighbors gossip approvingly, and children see their mothers radiant. No one sees the slow price being paid. And yet, amid the dangers, there was care. Women shared recipes for safer powders, made from rice or ground chalk. Herbal rinses substituted for chemical dyes. Rosemary for shine, sage for darkening, chamomile for golden tones. These alternatives were not always effective, but they showed a yearning for beauty without harm. Whispered from mother to daughter, these remedies were small rebellions against the dangers sold in elegant jars. Reformers began to speak out, quietly at first. Articles warned of arsenic greens, of lead powders. Doctors noted curious symptoms among women of fashion. Yet society resisted. To admit the danger was to question beauty itself, and few wished to see beyond the mirror's glow. Progress was slow, but awareness grew. By the end of the century, safer products began to emerge, though not without struggle. As you rest tonight, imagine the scent of violets rising from a powder puff, the gleam of lamplight on a green silk gown, the hush of a woman's sigh as she ties her hair with a bright ribbon. These images are lovely, yet beneath them lies a quiet truth. That beauty, in those days, was too often bought at the cost of health. And still, they endured. For to step into the world without adornment felt riskier still. Hope was poured into bottles of shadows. Evening in a Victorian household often meant the sound of glass clinking, corks being drawn, and the faint, bitter perfume of medicine filling the air. Remedies, so they were called, were everywhere. Bottles lined shelves in kitchens and parlors, each promising relief, each dressed in bold labels and confident claims. To the weary and the desperate, these were not simply potions, they were lifelines, small vessels of hope sold across counters and by door-to-door hawkers. Yet beneath the promises, danger brewed. Victorians trusted remedies because they had little else. Doctors were expensive, hospitals dangerous, science incomplete. So when pain struck, when a child cried, when coughs lingered through the night, families turned to patent medicines. These concoctions promised everything: cures for indigestion, relief for headaches, calming for restless babies, strength for the weak, vigor for the old. Their names sang with assurance: soothing syrup, life restorer, invigorating tonic. Each bottle was a story told in ink and glass. The truth inside was often harsher. Many remedies relied on alcohol, opium, morphine, chloroform. They dulled pain, yes, but they bound bodies in chains of dependence. A mother might give her baby Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup, grateful for the quiet it brought, never knowing that its opium content could stop tiny lungs from drawing breath. A tired laborer might drink laudanum for aching muscles, unaware that his relief would soon become craving, then need, then ruin. Advertisements filled newspapers, each one brighter and bolder than the last. Smiling families stood as proof, miraculous recoveries proclaimed in fine script. A woman cured of female weakness, a man restored from nervous collapse. The words were carefully chosen, striking chords of hope in hearts that had little else to cling to. Few questioned these claims, fewer still demanded proof. In a world where science was still learning, belief was often stronger than evidence. Some remedies were harmless, little more than sugar water, colored with caramel, flavored with mint. They did no good, but no harm either. Yet the most popular, the most profitable, were the strongest. Opium soothed pain, alcohol steadied nerves, mercury promised to cleanse the blood. These gave immediate results: calm, relief, drowsy peace. The long-term consequences were left unspoken, tucked behind the veil of ignorance. Children suffered most. Teething was feared, the endless crying, the fevers, the fits. Parents, exhausted and desperate, turned to soothing syrups that silenced children swiftly. The stillness seemed miraculous, a mercy. Only later, when breath slowed too much, or when the craving could not be undone, did the truth emerge. Countless small graves across Victorian cemeteries tell the silent cost of bottled comfort. Adults, too, became captives. Laudanum, liquid opium mixed with alcohol, was everywhere. Housewives drank it for cramps, writers for inspiration, laborers for aching backs. Its effects were seductive: warmth, calm, a slipping away from worry. But the return was cruel: restlessness, agitation, craving. Addiction was not understood as illness, but as weakness of will. Those who succumbed were shamed, their suffering seen as moral failure rather than consequence of poison disguised as cure. Mercury held its own dark place. Sold as a treatment for syphilis, for skin conditions, even for digestive troubles, it corroded bodies from within. Teeth loosened, gums blackened, minds faltered. Still, doctors prescribed it, convinced it purged impurities. Patients, desperate, swallowed dose after dose, grateful for any sign of relief. The irony was sharp: cures more deadly than the illnesses they sought to heal. And yet, within these shadows, some remedies did offer true comfort. Herbal teas brewed from chamomile, peppermint, or ginger calmed stomachs and softened pain. Honey soothed throats, lemon eased fever, vinegar revived fainting fits. These were the remedies of kitchens, passed down through families, carried in memory rather than glass bottles. They held no bold labels, no grand promises, but they carried care, and sometimes that was enough. The culture of remedies reflected not only ignorance, but longing. To live in a world of constant risk, of cholera, typhoid, consumption, was to live with fear. A bottle promising safety offered more than liquid. It offered reassurance, the belief that something could be done. Even if it was false, the act of giving, of swallowing, of hoping, brought its own form of healing. Doctors themselves were caught in this web. Some genuinely believed in the power of these concoctions, taught by tradition more than evidence. Others profited knowingly, their prescriptions fueling industries built on addiction. Pharmacies thrived, fortunes were made, while behind closed doors, families grieved. The cycle was vicious. Illness led to remedy, remedy to harm, harm to further remedy. Reform came slowly. Voices began to question. Scientists tested, journalists investigated, reformers campaigned. The truth of opium, of mercury, of arsenic in remedies could no longer be ignored. By the end of the century, laws began to emerge. Labels required, dangerous ingredients restricted. Progress was uneven, but it had begun. The age of raw remedies was fading, though not before leaving its deep scars. As you rest tonight, imagine the clink of bottles on a wooden shelf, the faint, bitter scent of medicine in the air, the hope in a mother's eyes as she pours a spoonful for her child. Picture the quiet of a family after the syrup takes hold, silence mistaken for healing. Think of the laborer resting at last after a long day, unaware that his relief binds him more tightly with each dose. These were lives lived in trust, in desperation, in faith that help could be found in glass and cork. When summer heat met sewage, a city could not breathe. It was the summer of 1858 when the Thames turned against London. For centuries, the river had been the city's lifeline, carrying trade, ferries, and the glitter of light across its surface. But beneath the shimmer lay a truth too long ignored. Sewage poured daily into the water, waste from homes, slaughterhouses, factories. As the city grew, so too did the river's burden, until it became less a river and more a slow-moving sewer. That summer, under the punishing heat, the Thames began to speak, and its voice was unbearable. The newspapers called it the Great Stink, though words could hardly capture the reality. The odor rose from the river in heavy clouds, pressing into the nostrils of everyone who drew breath. It seeped through windows, clung to curtains, wrapped itself around every passerby. People described it as suffocating, nauseating, so thick it seemed to settle on the tongue. Even Parliament, perched on the riverside, could not escape. Members soaked curtains in chloride of lime, hoping to mask the stench, but still it crept through, disrupting debates and forcing leaders to confront what they had long denied. London had endured foul air before: the smoke of coal, the stench of crowded alleys, the odor of horse manure. All were familiar, but this was different. The Great Stink was not a background discomfort. It was a crisis, immediate and overwhelming. Mothers fainted as they walked riverside markets. Clerks struggled to work at their desks. Ferrymen abandoned their trade. The city seemed paralyzed, held hostage by its own waste. The stench was not only an assault on the senses, it was a harbinger of death. Cholera outbreaks had haunted the city repeatedly, and many believed the smell itself carried disease. The miasma theory held firm, convincing both poor and wealthy that foul air spread illness. People fled the riverside, shuttered homes, burned incense, stuffed handkerchiefs with lavender and vinegar. They sought to protect themselves from what they could not see, but could not ignore. And yet, amid fear, something else stirred: urgency. For decades, reformers had pleaded for better sanitation. Engineers had proposed solutions, but Parliament had delayed, reluctant to spend the vast sums required. Now, with the Thames turned monstrous, denial was no longer possible. The Great Stink forced London to reckon with itself. The discomfort of the powerful had become too great to ignore, and where compassion had failed, self-interest now succeeded. Enter Joseph Bazalgette, chief engineer of the Metropolitan Board of Works. He had long envisioned a network of sewers to carry waste away from the Thames, to spare the river and the city alike. His plans were ambitious, grand, costly. But the summer of 1858 opened the door. At last, Parliament gave him authority, and funds flowed where before there had been only hesitation. Out of stench came resolve, and from resolve would come transformation. The task before Bazalgette was monumental. He designed miles upon miles of brick-lined sewers, massive tunnels to carry sewage eastward, away from the heart of London. His vision reshaped the very bones of the city. Men worked day and night, laying bricks by hand, hauling materials, enduring dangers of collapse and flood. The labor was grueling, but the goal was clear: to silence the river's cry, to free London from the tyranny of its own refuse. The Great Stink, though brief, left its mark upon memory. For weeks, Londoners spoke of little else. Jokes circulated in newspapers. though laughter was tinged with disgust. Poets wrote of a river betrayed. Artists sketched grotesque caricatures. Yet beneath the humor lay fear, fear of death, fear of what the city had become. The Thames, once a symbol of life, now symbolized decay. To look upon it was to see civilization failing itself. It is difficult for us now, in clean rooms with fresh water at the turn of a tap, to imagine what that summer felt like. Imagine standing by an open window on a hot day, expecting a breeze, only to be struck by a wave of foulness so strong it makes your eyes water, your stomach churn. Imagine knowing that this smell came not from distant factories or farms, but from the very river that defined your city. Imagine realizing that what was unendurable today had been ignored for years, tolerated until it grew monstrous. And yet, in hindsight, the Great Stink was not only a crisis, but a turning point. Without it, Parliament might have delayed for decades more. Without it, reforms might have faltered, cholera might have claimed thousands more. The suffering of that summer forced change, and out of the stench rose one of the greatest engineering achievements of the age. Bazalgette's sewers, strong and vast, remain in use even today, silent guardians of public health. The ordeal carries a lesson still, that human beings often endure too much before demanding change, that the smell of crisis must grow overpowering before leaders act. It is a sobering truth, but also a hopeful one, for the Great Stink proved that even entrenched problems could be solved with vision, persistence, and will. As you rest tonight, let your imagination drift to the Thames in that summer heat. Picture the water dark and sluggish, the air heavy, the city caught between gagging and gasping. Then picture the relief as fresh sewers opened, as air cleared, as people walked riverside once more without fear. From foulness to freshness, from despair to relief, the story bends toward hope. In the tunnels below, London found its hidden salvation. By the mid-19th century, the ground beneath London became as important as the city above. While carriages clattered on cobblestones and chimney smoke drifted across rooftops, a second London was being carved in brick and shadow beneath the streets. It was Joseph Bazalgette's vision made real, a labyrinth of sewers vast enough to carry away the waste of millions. Imagine the sight. Lanterns swinging from hooks, men ankle-deep in mud and water, laying bricks by hand in tunnels that stretched on and on, like endless corridors of clay and mortar. The air was damp, echoing with the sound of shovels scraping, hammers striking, carts rumbling as they carried spoil up to the surface. These workers were not celebrated in newspapers. They were ordinary men, many poor, many anonymous, toiling in the dark for pennies a day. Yet their labor, unseen and unglamorous, built the foundations of modern London. The scale of the project was staggering. More than 1,000 miles of sewers were planned, each brick carefully placed, each tunnel lined to resist the weight of the city above. At certain points, vast pumping stations were erected, with iron engines and soaring chimneys, to lift the waste uphill and keep it flowing eastward. To a visitor, these stations looked almost like palaces, designed with dignity, as though Bazalgette wanted to remind the world that sanitation, too, deserved grandeur. The men who worked underground faced dangers most Londoners never imagined. Tunnels sometimes collapsed, trapping men in earth and water. Gas collected in pockets, invisible and deadly, ready to ignite with the strike of a match. And always there was the stench, not the overwhelming horror of the Great Stink above ground, but a constant damp foulness, thick enough to cling to skin and clothing. Workers went home each night carrying that smell, their families knowing instantly where they had been. Yet there was a quiet pride in the work. They knew, even if only dimly, that they were part of something transformative. To dig and brick and sweat beneath the streets was to carve out the veins of a healthier city. They were not building monuments for the eye. They were building protection for the body. The sewers would save more lives than any single physician of the age, though no statues would bear the names of the men who laid those bricks. Above ground, Londoners carried on with their lives, scarcely aware of the world beneath them. Carriages rolled, markets bustled, families huddled in tenements or strolled along leafy squares. They did not hear the shouts echoing in tunnels, nor see the lantern light bouncing on wet brick. But gradually, almost imperceptibly, they began to notice a change. The river smelled less foul. Outbreaks of disease became less frequent. Water seemed cleaner. Few connected these blessings to the unseen labor below, but the connection was real and unbreakable. Bazalgette himself was meticulous. He insisted on overbuilding, making the sewers twice as large as calculations suggested were necessary. Critics scoffed at the expense. Why waste money on excess brick and mortar? But Bazalgette foresaw the growth of London. He imagined a city doubling, tripling, and he built for that future. His foresight spared generations from repeating the mistakes of the past. Even today, his sewers still carry their burden, proof of his stubborn wisdom. Consider the symbolism of it. Salvation, hidden in shadow. A city that had nearly choked on its own waste was rescued not by monuments above, but by tunnels below. There is something poetic in that reversal. Greatness not in spires but in sewers, not in marble halls but in brick-lined trenches. London's dignity was restored by men who labored unseen, their work measured not in applause but in clean air and longer lives. There were moments of awe underground. Workers described the tunnels as cathedrals of brick, arches soaring above their heads, the light of lanterns glinting on damp surfaces. In silence, one might almost imagine being in a church, the sound of dripping water echoing like distant hymns. These tunnels were not sacred in name, but in purpose. They protected life, they preserved health, and they carried away what once had poisoned the city. Above them, Parliament debated. Shopkeepers sold wares, mothers nursed children. Life moved forward. But in those silent tunnels, the future was being secured. And though the city rarely paused to honor them, the men underground continued their work, brick by brick, breath by breath, until the labyrinth was complete. When the system finally opened, it was as though the city exhaled. The stench diminished, the river slowly cleared, and Londoners could walk along its banks without gagging. The fear of cholera eased. The very air seemed kinder. And all of it came from that hidden world beneath their feet, a world most would never see. As you imagine this now, picture yourself standing on a quiet London street at night. Gas lamps glow faintly, carriages rumble in the distance. Beneath you, unseen, lie vast tunnels, cool and damp, carrying away the city's waste. The workers have gone home. The lanterns are out. But the system hums silently, doing its work without rest. You breathe deeply, grateful for the fresh night air, unaware that your safety depends on those dark corridors below. When the unseen world was revealed, everything began to change. For centuries, illness had been a mystery, wrapped in fear and folklore. When fever swept through a household, families whispered about curses or ill winds. When children fell ill in the streets of London, neighbors blamed foul air or divine punishment. The theory of miasma, that bad smells themselves caused disease, guided the thinking of both doctors and ordinary folk. If the air was foul, people believed it was poisonous. If it smelled sweet, it was safe. It seemed simple, but it was tragically wrong. By the mid-19th century, London had endured cholera outbreaks again and again. Families would wake to find a neighbor stricken, sometimes dying within hours. Whole streets were struck down without warning. It was terrifying, not only because of the suffering, but because no one understood why. If illness came from the air, then why did it strike some neighborhoods more than others? Why did whole families perish while the house next door remained untouched? Into this confusion stepped a quiet physician, Dr. John Snow. He was not a politician, not a man of wealth, but he had a gift for careful observation. Snow began to notice patterns that others ignored. He suspected that cholera was not borne by foul air at all, but by contaminated water. To many, this seemed absurd. Everyone knew disease floated on bad smells. But Snow trusted his eyes and his reason more than old theories. The story that made him famous unfolded in 1854 during a terrible outbreak in Soho. The disease spread with brutal speed. Families carried loved ones to hospitals only to see them die before nightfall. Panic grew, and once again, people stuffed handkerchiefs with herbs or burned incense to ward off the miasma. But Snow walked the streets with a notebook, marking each household touched by cholera. His map revealed a shocking truth. The cases clustered around a single water pump on Broad Street. The pump was used by hundreds each day. Snow believed its water was contaminated by sewage from a nearby cesspool. To prove his case, he went to local officials and pleaded that the pump handle be removed. They agreed, reluctantly, and soon after, the outbreak slowed. It was not a perfect victory. By the time the handle was removed, the epidemic was already waning. Critics scoffed, saying it was coincidence. Yet Snow's careful study provided the first clear evidence that cholera traveled through water, not air. His map, with its dark marks clustering around Broad Street, became a symbol of new understanding, the unseen world revealed by observation and reason. Still, his ideas were slow to take hold. The medical establishment clung to miasma theory. To abandon it was to admit decades of error, to confess that thousands had died because of misunderstanding. And so, even after Snow's death in 1858, many doctors continued to preach about bad air and foul smells. Change comes slowly, even when truth is plain. Meanwhile, science advanced in other places. In France, Louis Pasteur began studying tiny organisms invisible to the naked eye. With his microscope, he demonstrated that these microbes, germs, caused fermentation, decay, and disease. His experiments were simple but powerful. Boil broth, seal it, and it remains clear. Leave it open, and life appears within, not from nowhere, but from invisible visitors in the air. The world was alive in ways few had imagined. Later, in Germany, Robert Koch built upon this work, identifying the microbes behind specific diseases: tuberculosis, anthrax, cholera. With each discovery, the invisible became visible, the mysterious became explainable. Disease was no longer the punishment of bad air or angry gods. It was the result of organisms, tiny but powerful, carried in water, food, or human contact. This shift in understanding changed everything. If disease came from germs, then hygiene mattered in ways people had never considered. Washing hands was not merely polite, it was life-saving. Boiling water could prevent epidemics. Cleaning surgical instruments could spare patients from infection. Practices once dismissed as trivial became essential to survival. Think of the relief this must have brought. For generations, families had lived under the shadow of mysterious sickness, never knowing when death might strike. Now, at last, there was a logic, a cause, a way to fight back. Knowledge turned fear into action. Cities could clean water supplies, regulate food markets, and reduce epidemics. Hospitals could change their practices, saving lives instead of unwittingly spreading disease. But again, progress was uneven. Many clung to the old ways. Habits are stubborn, and so are beliefs. Some doctors refused to wash their hands, insisting it was beneath their dignity. Others resisted new regulations, fearing expense or inconvenience. Yet slowly, the tide turned. The evidence grew too strong to ignore. Germ theory, once radical, became the foundation of modern medicine. London itself became a living example of the transformation. Bazalgette's sewers, carrying waste away from the Thames, worked hand in hand with Snow's insights. Together, they created a healthier city. Fewer cholera outbreaks, fewer children lost to diarrheal disease, fewer families devastated overnight. The combination of engineering and science, brick and microscope, reshaped daily life. Imagine a mother in the 1870s drawing water for her family. She may not know the name of John Snow or Louis Pasteur, but she knows the water seems safer than it once did. Her children drink and do not fall ill as often. She feels, perhaps for the first time, that life is less precarious, less ruled by random fate. That is the quiet power of knowledge. It ripples outward, touching lives far from the laboratory or the council chamber. For us today, the lessons are clear. The invisible world of germs is part of our daily vocabulary. We wash hands, cover sneezes, take antibiotics. We trust that water from the tap is clean. We scarcely pause to consider the centuries of ignorance that came before, or the lives lost to misunderstanding. But each simple act of cleanliness, each glass of safe water, is a legacy of that struggle for understanding. As you lie back tonight, consider the journey from fear to knowledge, from miasma to microbes, from incense to microscopes. Think of the patience of Dr. Snow, walking the streets with his notebook. Think of Pasteur peering into his glass flasks, Coke staining bacteria on his slides. Men who saw what others could not, and who insisted on truth even when the world resisted. The night is quiet now, your breathing slow and steady. Beneath that calm lies a story of discovery, of how humanity learned to see the unseen, and in doing so, saved itself. Old routines lingered, even as new knowledge spread. Change in human life rarely arrives all at once. Even when truth becomes clear, habits hold fast, like ivy clinging to the walls of an old house. And so it was with hygiene in the Victorian world. The Great Stink had shocked Parliament into action, and Dr. Snow had mapped his way toward new understanding. Yet the people themselves, families in cramped tenements, workers in factories, children in schools, did not transform overnight. Imagine an old woman in East London in the 1860s, scrubbing her doorstep with a bucket of cold water. She believes she is keeping her home clean, because that is what her mother did, and her grandmother before her. She does not think to wash her hands before preparing supper, nor to boil the water her grandchildren will drink. She clings to her ways because they are familiar, comforting, and passed down with love. Change asks her to question her family's wisdom, and that is not easy. Soap, too, was slow to enter daily life. Though factories began producing cheaper bars, many families still saw it as a luxury, something to be saved for Sunday best, not for daily use. In crowded neighborhoods, A single bar of soap might be shared among dozens, its surface worn thin by many hands. To bathe fully remained unusual, even eccentric. Sponge baths of face and hands were common enough, but the idea of immersing one's whole body in water every day still seemed wasteful, even dangerous. And yet, beneath the persistence of old habits, small signs of change began to take root. Schools started teaching children the importance of washing. Posters appeared in public halls, gently reminding citizens that hand washing prevented illness. Mothers, worried by repeated fevers, began boiling milk before giving it to infants. The changes were small, almost invisible at first, but together they began to weave a new rhythm into daily life. The wealthy often led the way. In large houses, with servants to heat water and carry basins, bathing became more frequent. New bathroom fixtures, imported from America or designed by ambitious British manufacturers, began appearing in the homes of the upper class. Bathtubs with taps, washstands with drains. Guests admired these luxuries, even if they could not yet afford them. And slowly, admiration turned into imitation. What was once indulgence became aspiration. But among the poor, necessity reigned. A coal miner returning home, his body blackened with dust, had little energy left for more than a cursory wash. A mother working 12 hours in a factory might splash her face in cold water before collapsing into bed, too weary to think of more. They knew cleanliness had its virtues, but survival claimed most of their strength. Hygiene remained a distant ideal when food and rent pressed closer. Doctors, meanwhile, carried new ideas into the public square. They urged midwives to wash their hands before assisting with births. They spoke at town meetings, urging the boiling of water and the scrubbing of wounds. Some were mocked, others ignored, but a few voices broke through. When parents saw their children survive fevers that once would have killed, they began to listen more closely. Experience became the teacher that theory could not always be. Consider the stubborn power of tradition. Families still hung laundry across alleys where smoke and soot quickly settled on the cloth. They still stored drinking water in barrels that gathered dust and insects. They still prepared meals on wooden boards scarred with years of use, never suspecting that invisible dangers clung to the grooves. It was not malice, nor even ignorance. It was inertia, the simple momentum of daily life. People do what they know until something stronger compels them otherwise. Yet the city itself provided nudges toward change. Public baths opened in poorer districts, offering hot water for a small fee. For many, this was the first chance to feel the deep relief of a true bath, the warmth soaking into weary muscles, the grime of weeks lifted away. Some returned again and again, spreading word of the comfort to neighbors. Soap manufacturers advertised more aggressively, promising beauty, health, even moral virtue. Slowly, cleanliness began to carry not just practical meaning, but social weight. To be clean was to be respectable, to be modern. Children played a special role in the slow shift. In classrooms, they learned songs about hand washing, rhymes about brushing teeth. They brought these lessons home, singing them to parents who chuckled but listened. In this way, reform seeped into kitchens and bedrooms, not by decree, but by lullaby. A child's voice could sometimes achieve what pamphlets and speeches could not. Still, the road was long. Even in the 1880s, entire neighborhoods lacked proper sanitation. Chamber pots were emptied into gutters, and outbreaks still flared. Families lost loved ones, sometimes without ever knowing why. But with each passing decade, the balance shifted. The generation born in the 1860s grew up with sewers already in place, with cleaner water and fewer epidemics. To them, sickness seemed less inevitable and cleanliness more attainable. This is how change so often happens, not in sudden revolution, but in the quiet drift of daily life. A grandmother tries boiling water just once and sees her grandchildren spared. A worker saves for a bar of soap instead of a pint of beer. A mother listens to a school teacher's advice and insists her children wash before meals. These are small acts, almost invisible on their own. Yet together, over years and decades, they remake the world. As you lie here tonight, think of that slow transformation. Think of narrow London streets where, for the first time, windows opened to air that smelled less foul. Think of children who, for the first time, grew up without losing half their siblings to cholera. Think of families who, for the first time, felt that life was not always precarious, that health was within reach. Change did not arrive like lightning. It seeped like water into dry ground, soaking slowly, invisibly, until the soil itself was transformed. The slow shift of habits teaches us patience. It reminds us that progress is rarely immediate, but that each small act matters. Tonight, as you breathe steadily, let your own habits of care, washing, resting, nourishing, feel like part of that same lineage. You are connected to those Victorian families, not by their struggles, but by the quiet persistence of care. In the hands of children, small lessons shaped a cleaner world. Children have always been the keepers of tomorrow. In Victorian London, they carried the burdens of their time, working in factories, selling matches on the streets, tending younger siblings in cramped rooms. But they also carried the seeds of change. It was often through them that new habits of cleanliness found their way into homes that had resisted them for generations. Picture a classroom in the 1870s. The air smells faintly of chalk and damp wool, rows of wooden desks filled with boys and girls who shift restlessly as a teacher holds up a bar of soap. Clean hands, the teacher says slowly, mean fewer fevers. The lesson is simple, almost childlike. But for many of these children, it is the first time anyone has connected washing with health. They take the words home and repeat them, proud to be the bearer of knowledge. Mothers, weary from long days of labor, might laugh at first. "What do you know about sickness, child?" they say with a smile. But when a child insists on washing before supper, or hums a rhyme about germs picked up at school, the habit slowly takes root. A mother sees her little ones fall ill less often. A father notices they miss fewer days at work. And so, the lesson taught in a crowded classroom spreads to kitchens and alleyways across the city. The government, recognizing the power of children, began weaving hygiene into education. Posters showed bright, happy faces washing with soap. Songs were written, catchy, repetitive tunes that children carried in their heads as they played in the streets. Schools handed out pamphlets illustrated with cheerful drawings, making cleanliness look less like a chore and more like a badge of pride. Children responded with an enthusiasm adults rarely mustered. They liked the feel of cool water on their hands, the scent of soap, the sense of being trusted with something important. They teased siblings who forgot to wash, turned hand-washing into a game, and reminded parents of lessons when fatigue made them careless. In this way, the smallest voices became the most persuasive. And yet, childhood in Victorian London was far from idyllic. Many children grew up in slums where water was scarce and soap a luxury. They bathed in tin tubs in kitchens, or not at all. They wore hand-me-down clothes worn thin by years of use, washed only when absolutely necessary. To them, cleanliness was not just about health, but about dignity, an escape, however brief, from the grime of poverty. Imagine a young girl, maybe 8 years old, standing by a public fountain with a rag. She dips it into the water and carefully wipes her face, smoothing her hair, straightening her dress. She wants to look presentable at school, to escape the pitying looks of wealthier classmates. That small act of washing, though simple, becomes a shield, a declaration that she is as worthy as anyone else. Children also became agents of change through play. In back alleys, they mimicked what they saw in school, pretending to wash hands before serving meals of mud pies. They turned health lessons into games, unwittingly reinforcing them. A rhyme about brushing teeth before bed might be chanted as they skipped rope. These small rituals, folded into play, made cleanliness familiar, almost natural. Reformers noticed this power. They began targeting children directly with books and illustrations. One popular pamphlet told the story of Little Tom Who Wouldn't Wash, a boy who refused to bathe and fell ill, only to recover after he learned the value of soap. The tale was simplistic, even moralizing, but it stuck. Children repeated it, shared it, and internalized the message. Meanwhile, child mortality rates, though still high, began to fall. Cleaner water, better sewer systems, and improved hygiene habits meant fewer children died of preventable diseases. Parents noticed the difference. The grief that had once seemed inevitable, a shadow over every cradle, became less constant. Slowly, families began to hope their children might live, not just to adulthood, but to long, healthy lives. It is worth remembering that for Victorian parents, each small improvement in hygiene felt like a miracle. A child surviving scarlet fever, a baby spared from cholera, a daughter living long enough to marry. All were victories against the odds. When children brought home lessons about soap and clean water, they were not only learning, they were saving lives. The resilience of children shone through in other ways too. They adapted more quickly than adults. They accepted new ideas without the stubbornness of tradition. To them, washing before meals could become as natural as saying grace, brushing teeth as ordinary as tying shoes. In their eagerness to please teachers, in their delight at small routines, they carried reform forward more effectively than any law or lecture. Even playthings reflected the shift. Toy makers began producing miniature washstands and basins for dolls, teaching little girls to imagine cleanliness as part of daily care. Boys, too, were reminded that grooming was a mark of respectability. These small symbols reinforced the idea that hygiene was not just survival. It was part of being modern, respectable, even lovable. As the century drew to a close, the difference was visible. Children of the 1890s were healthier, taller, stronger than those of the 1850s. They had grown up with fewer epidemics, better food, and a culture that increasingly valued hygiene. The slums had not vanished, nor had poverty, but the slow spread of new habits had begun to lift even the poorest lives. Tonight, as you picture Victorian London, imagine the sound of children's laughter echoing through narrow lanes. Imagine them singing songs about washing, their hands sticky with soap bubbles. Imagine their proud faces when mothers praised them for remembering to wash before supper. These were small victories, fragile and fleeting, but together they reshaped a city. The story of cleanliness in London is not only about engineers and doctors, not only about parliament or reformers. It is also about children, small hands learning to wash, small voices insisting on new habits, small lives made safer by the slow march of knowledge. From the foulest days grew the quiet, promise of tomorrow. By the end of the Victorian century, London was no longer the same city it had been when the century began. The great stink had passed into memory. The sewers beneath the streets were working steadily, and the new science of germs had begun to take hold in homes, schools, and hospitals. People still struggled, of course. Poverty had not vanished. Overcrowding still scarred the lives of many families. But something had shifted, a sense that the future might be cleaner, safer, and kinder than the past. Imagine walking along the Thames in the 1890s. The water still ran brown, but the stench that had once driven Parliament from its chambers had faded. Children leaned over the embankments to watch boats pass, their laughter mixing with the call of watermen. Couples strolled along new promenades built over Bazalgette's mighty sewers, enjoying fresh air that once had been unbearable. The city was still imperfect, but there was hope in each breath. That hope lived not only in great works of engineering or the discoveries of doctors, but also in the habits of ordinary people. A laundress who once scrubbed clothes in dirty water now insisted on soap. A father who once dismissed his child's lesson about hand-washing now paused before supper to clean his hands. A mother boiled water for milk, remembering neighbors lost to cholera years before. These quiet acts, repeated across thousands of homes, became the true foundation of a healthier London. Children who survived began to dream. They grew taller, lived longer, and stepped into adulthood with expectations their grandparents never knew. They imagined futures not dominated by loss, but filled with possibility. For every child who lived past infancy, every worker who survived another winter, the city's pulse beat stronger. Out of the shadows of disease came the promise of longevity. The story of Victorian hygiene, in all its hardship and triumph, is not simply about filth and reform. It is a story about resilience. Families endured years of foul air, contaminated water, and the cruelty of ignorance, yet they pressed on. They laughed, they fell in love, they wrote songs and poems. They dreamed of futures their circumstances seemed to deny. And slowly, those dreams became real, carried forward by bricklayers in tunnels, physicians with notebooks, teachers with soap, and children with songs. There is comfort in knowing that progress often emerges from the very edge of despair. The great stink was unbearable, but it forced change. Cholera was devastating, but it inspired discovery. Poverty was crushing, but it awakened compassion and reform. Out of what seemed hopeless, new strength was found. This is the rhythm of history. Suffering met with endurance, endurance met with ingenuity, and ingenuity paving the way toward something gentler. Think for a moment about the invisible systems that surround you now. The clean water flowing from a tap, the flush of a toilet that carries waste far away, the soap resting by your sink. These are gifts of the past, born of hardship, fought for by reformers, maintained by generations who refused to accept filth as destiny. They are so ordinary to us that we barely notice them. But for Victorians, they were the dream of a better life. The lesson of their struggle lingers. Progress is not inevitable, it is made. It requires voices that refuse to be silenced, hands willing to labor unseen, minds patient enough to observe what others miss. And it requires generations to accept change, slowly, stubbornly, until new habits replace old. As the 19th century ended, London was far from perfect, but it was different. Fewer children died, families lived longer, hope replaced resignation, and beneath it all, in those dark brick tunnels stretching for miles, the silent sewers carried on, protecting the living with every unseen flow. Tonight, as you rest, think of the journey. from foul streets and rancid air to clean beds and fresh water, from fear of invisible curses to the knowledge of tiny germs, from despair to hope. Think of the mothers who sang lullabies beside sickbeds, never knowing that in decades to come, children would drift to sleep in safer, healthier rooms. Think of the workers who dug through mud and brick, never knowing that their unseen labor would cradle generations yet unborn. Your own life is shaped by their endurance. Every time you wash your hands, every time you sip clean water, every time you breathe air free from sewage and smoke, you are living in the future they dreamed of. Their struggles are behind you, but their legacy is all around. A door once opened to darkness began to open to running water. In the earliest years of our story, bathing was a movable feast. Basins set upon washstands, tin tubs near the hearth, kettles sighing on iron grates. But as the century drew toward its quieter end, something almost magical began to happen inside ordinary houses. Builders and fitters, bricklayers and plumbers, tinkerers with calloused hands and careful eyes, carved out a new kind of room. Small at first, often windowed high, clad in tile or tongue-and-groove boards, where water was not coaxed a bucket at a time, but came when called. They began to call it, gently at first, the bathroom. It did not arrive everywhere at once. In grand houses, improvements crept in like well-bred guests, porcelain basins with bright taps, glazed tubs heavy as a pony, cisterns that breathed when a chain was pulled. In narrow terraces and brick courts, the change moved slower, like a tide that must find its path around stones. Yet the idea itself, water arriving, water departing, all within the privacy of a room, took hold of the imagination. Even those who still hauled pails to a steaming copper could picture it. A door that opened not to coal dust and kettles, but to warmth and steam and the steady music of a tap. At first, the plumbing spoke. Pipes ticked and sighed. Air trapped in bends gurgled like a sleepy child. The range in the kitchen, brazen-bellied and faithful, warmed a back boiler so that hot water could climb, pipe by pipe, toward that waiting room upstairs. You could stand there and hear history changing. The soft thrum in the wall, the bright chatter of water striking enamel, the hush that followed when the tap was turned just so. It was domestic music, the sound of a city learning a new convenience. The materials looked like reassurance made solid. Whiteware, gleaming, sanitary, replaced dark wood and tin. Tiles in simple patterns lined the skirting, their glossy faces easy to wipe. Floors lifted on little feet, tubs on paws like sleeping lions, so that men with wrenches could listen for leaks and set things right. Mirrors clouded with steam and then cleared again. Towels drank the wet and gave back that faint, warm smell of linen just kissed by heat. Even the light seemed to change in these rooms, the day reflecting from enamel and tile until it felt cleaner than it had upon entering. This was not only comfort, it was an idea about health becoming architecture. If germs were real, if cleanliness could be practiced, then the house itself might be drafted as a partner in well-being. Curves were smoothed so that nothing foul could rest. Traps were fitted so that odors stayed where they belonged, out of sight and memory. Windows set high brought in air. Little vents exhaled what should not linger. A theory, once scribbles and lectures, became brass screws and blueprints, became brick and pipe and habit. For many families, the right to this room arrived on Saturday night. The week's wages in a pocket, the weekly bath as much ceremony as soap. In some homes there was still the old hip tub by the fire, children first, then mother, then father last with the water topped up and perfumed with patience. But more and more, even modest houses made a small procession to the new room, a boy tugging at a tap until the stream ran just warm, a girl lifting her braids so nothing would drip, a mother testing water with the back of her hand, a gesture as ancient as rain. The bath was not daily yet, not for most, but its rhythm grew familiar, regular, expected, like the tolling of a distant bell. Public baths and washhouses did not vanish with the rise of home bathrooms. They changed their role. They became bridges, places where the promise of the private bath was demonstrated with bright taps and clean tile, where a woman might learn the pleasure of warmth that lasted through the whole of washing, where a laborer might discover the weight a hot soak could take from his bones. When fortune improved, the memory of that warmth followed him home and settled, sooner or later, behind a new door of his own. The scullery felt the shift as well. Sinks deep and honest, with iron racks for plates, stood where cold stone once numbed fingers. Soap still had its labor to do. Grease is stubborn, and always will be, but hot water made it kinder work. On washing day, those who still boiled linens in the copper eyed the future with a mixture of suspicion and longing. Might there be a time when the copper's winter breath would not fill the kitchen? When ringing would not ring the back as well? There were small romances within this new room. Courtship letters began to mention modern conveniences, the way they once praised lace. Landlords learned to write bath in tidy hands upon their advertisements because the word itself seemed to polish the ink. Children who had known only basins grew up believing a tub was not luxury but life, the way a book is not a miracle but a shelf's natural inhabitant. And in quiet hours, many a parent stood in the doorway, watching steam rise in the glass cloud, and felt a gratitude they couldn't easily name. Of course, the path was not without its knots. Pipes froze in January, and a man with a lantern had to be fetched from his supper. Cisterns stuck open, sending a silverish whisper down the overflow that no one heard until morning. A careless builder hid a joint behind plaster, and the wall bloomed a damp flower that would not be tamed. Yet each problem had a craftsperson attached to it, a trade learning, adjusting, improving. The city's knowledge did not live only in libraries. It lived in the hands that tightened a coupling until the drip ceased to count the seconds. Some features we take as ordinary were, at the time, little marvels. Heated rails that warmed towels into clouds. Little shelves where a bar of soap could dry and not dissolve into sadness. A chain that, once tugged, made a sound as decisive as a door locking out yesterday, and the S-curve of a trap, as graceful as a cursive letter, that quietly kept what should not return from returning. Designs refined by countless minds, some known and many nameless, each improvement slipping into daily life until life itself seemed to fit the hand better. Advertising noticed. Illustrated papers floated visions of spotless families, smiling children, shining fixtures, light pouring through glass like new hope. Some of it was puffery, certainly. Hopes often travel best in company with commerce. Yet inside the exaggeration lived a true note. The bathroom had become a symbol, a promise that the home could be not merely four walls, but a steward of health, a partner in rest. The senses approved. Where the old ways had stacked smells one upon another, soap and smoke and damp wool, the new room offered a sequence, a turn, a rush, a hush, a breath of something clean, the soft slap of water against enamel, the quick quiet when the tap closed. The house seemed to exhale differently after such moments, calmer, as if the day's rough edges had been filed to roundness. How gently this room changed the shape of evenings. There were baths taken to think things over, to let worry unthread itself in warmth. There were baths where children discovered that water makes sound when you draw your hand across it, just so, and that sound can be a kind of laughter. There were baths where sorrow sat on the edge of the tub and said nothing, and even so, the water did what water does. It lifted, and what it could not carry away, it made lighter for a time. Even the language softened. Dirt, once worn like an unavoidable coat, became yesterday. And yesterday could be rinsed. Weariness became the day, and the day could be soaked from wrists and ankles. A city that had learned to pump its waste toward the sea now learned to draw comfort toward the skin, and, quietly, without fanfare, to send the heaviness elsewhere. Step with me for a moment into a narrow house near the river, winter giving the panes their white breath. The father returns with knuckles gone red from rope and cold, the mother with flour on her sleeve from a late loaf, the children with a day's ink and coal upon their fingers. One by one they pass through the new room, and each emerges in the small astonishment of warmth. Their talk at supper is unremarkable. Neighbors, a broken latch, a pair of shoes that need mending, but beneath their words is the steady, grateful animal of the body saying, "Thank you." The night rests easier on such thanks. When the century turns, the bathroom turns with it, from novelty to expectation, from posters' promise to tenants' right. Not everywhere, not for all at once, but the horizon moves. What was rare becomes ordinary, and what is ordinary grows into culture. The morning wash, the weekly full bath, the mirror checked not for vanity alone, but for health. The towel hung, warmed, and then folded as if care itself had been put away for later use. In this way, a city that once armored itself against smell with perfumes learned a simpler protection: soap and water and a door that closed. The complex has become human, nearly tender. Pipes that learned our rhythms, fixtures that learned our hands, a room that learned our breath. And in learning us, it let us unlearn some of our fear. As you breathe now, imagine the small acoustics of that space. A tap turned with 2 fingers, the quick ribbon of water, the hush, linen lifted, the faint fog on glass erased by a gentle sleeve. Imagine the world outside. Horses, wheels, the long complaint of winter, kept at a polite distance by a single latch and the bright company of water. Imagine how many nights were made softer by that brightness. A small bar, fragrant and smooth, carried dignity into daily life. There are few things more ordinary today than a bar of soap resting at the sink, but in Victorian London, its presence marked both a struggle and a promise. Soap was more than a tool for washing. It was an emblem of progress, of respectability, even of morality. To hold a bar of soap was to hold a piece of the future, small, fragrant, dissolving in the palm, yet powerful enough to change the fate of whole neighborhoods. At the start of the century, soap was harsh, expensive, and often scarce. Housewives cut it into small pieces and hid it away as if it were silver. Children were scolded for wasting it, for letting too much slip into the water. It was boiled from animal fat and lye, its smell sharp and its texture crumbly. Washing with it left the skin raw, the hands red, the air tinged with something closer to a tannery than a garden. Only the wealthy could afford softer scented varieties, imported in delicate packages, set aside in drawing rooms like ornaments rather than tools. But slowly, new methods of manufacture spread. Chemists learned to refine the lye, to mix fats more carefully, to add perfumes that softened the task of washing. By mid-century, factories produced soap in quantities never before imagined, and with abundance came accessibility. Bars no longer lived hidden in cupboards. They appeared by basins, in kitchens, at public baths. The scent of soap, once faint and rare, began to drift through tenements and terraces, a quiet herald of change. Think of the scents themselves, those first tentative perfumes. Lavender, beloved for centuries, carried the freshness of gardens into the grit of the city. Carbolic, sharp, and almost medicinal, reassured mothers that germs, though unseen, were being chased away. Rose, lemon, even almond, each note added a softness to homes where soot clung to curtains and dampness clung to walls. A bar of soap became not only a means of cleanliness, but a kind of domestic incense, perfuming the air with hope. Children responded with particular delight. Where water alone had been a chore, soap made bubbles. They learned to cup their hands and blow, sending iridescent orbs drifting toward the ceiling. In classrooms, teachers used soap to show how hands could be scrubbed until the water ran clear, how illness could be warded away by such simple rituals. What might have been dull instruction became play, and play, as it so often does, became habit. Advertising helped too, though its language was often extravagant. Posters showed shining families, their cheeks pink and their smiles broad, praising the virtues of one brand or another. Soap was linked to beauty, to health, to prosperity. A mother who washed her children with the right soap was portrayed as loving. A man who shaved with a scented bar was considered modern, respectable. Even morality was tied to it. Cleanliness and godliness bound together until to be dirty was not only unhealthy, but suspect. For poorer families, the spread of affordable soap carried new dignity. A girl arriving at school with clean hands felt less the sting of poverty. A boy whose collar was scrubbed free of grime could walk a little taller. A mother who managed to wash her children, even when food was scarce, felt she had given them something priceless: respect in the eyes of neighbors, and protection in the face of illness. Soap became a small shield against both shame and disease. The factories themselves told another story, of industry rising to meet need. Tall chimneys poured smoke into the air, but inside, workers cut great blocks of soap into bars, stamped them with names, wrapped them in paper printed with fine letters. These bars traveled by cart and ship, reaching homes far beyond London, spreading the revolution of cleanliness across Britain and beyond. The very shape of the bar, rectangular, smooth, embossed, became a mark of progress, as recognizable as coinage. Yet even as soap grew common, old habits persisted. Many still believed that too much washing weakened the body, that dirt toughened children, that water drawn too often might invite chills. A grandmother might scold a daughter for wasting soap on daily baths, reminding her that in her own youth such extravagance would have been unthinkable. Tradition lingers, even in the face of evidence. But each new generation pressed forward, and the scent of soap continued to rise. Picture a Saturday evening in a crowded home. The copper in the kitchen has been filled, the fire beneath it crackling with promise. Children line up, each given a turn with the bar. They scrub their hands, their knees, their faces. The water clouds, but the scent lifts, lavender or rose perhaps, drifting into the room until the walls seem fresher, the air lighter. Parents breathe easier, not only because their children are clean, but because they believe they have bought them a little safety. Soap also changed rituals of work. A barber's shop no longer smelled only of hair and sweat, but of lather, sharp and foamy. Hospitals began insisting on soap for instruments and hands, small acts that saved countless lives. Laundresses, once plagued by grease that clung to cloth, found their labor eased by new bars designed for linen and wool. Entire professions were softened by the quiet chemistry of soap. And beyond its practical use, soap carried symbols. A gift of fine soap wrapped in paper became a token of affection, a way of saying, "I wish you well." Brides received scented bars as part of their trousseau. Travelers carried cakes of soap tucked carefully into cases, reminders of home and civility even on the road. In diaries, one finds mentions of the luxury of a perfumed wash, the comfort of familiar scents when the world outside felt uncertain. As the century closed, soap was no longer rare but expected. Its scent clung to schools, hospitals, and households. It was sold in small shops on every corner, stacked in pyramids that promised cleanliness within reach. And with each bar used, each pair of hands scrubbed, the city itself grew healthier, quieter, more at ease. Epidemics still came, poverty still pressed, but the tide had shifted. The future smelled faintly, not of sewage or soot, but of soap. Tonight, as you rest, think of that scent. Imagine the comfort of lavender drifting through a dimly lit room, mingling with the sound of children laughing in their bath. Imagine the pride of a mother smoothing her child's hair, knowing, at last, she can keep him clean. Imagine the city itself exhaling, bit by bit, as soap turned grime into bubbles and fear into calm. A small brush of bristles began to change every smile. For most of human history, teeth were left largely to fend for themselves. They bore the wear of bread baked from coarse flour, the stain of wine, the ache of infection, and finally, the silence of extraction. In Victorian London, where sugar grew ever cheaper and tea ever more common, mouths were often a map of pain. Yet within this landscape of aching jaws and missing molars, something small and almost delicate began to take root. The toothbrush. It was not an entirely new invention. The Chinese had crafted bristle brushes centuries earlier, fastening hairs to bamboo or bone. But in Britain, for many years, teeth were scrubbed with cloth, rubbed with powders of chalk or soot, or simply endured until they failed. Dentists were often barbers, their tools more suited for shearing wool than saving teeth. A child's first toothache could easily become a sentence to a lifetime of gaps and soft foods. And then, in the quiet way revolutions often arrive, the toothbrush slipped into households. Its handle was carved from bone or wood, its bristles coarse at first, often horsehair or boar bristle, stiff enough to scrape, but not gentle enough to comfort. Early brushes were awkward things, their bristles falling loose, their handles yellowing with time. Yet they carried an idea that teeth could be tended, preserved, even cherished, not merely pulled when they failed. Soap makers and chemists lent their skills to the effort, producing powders meant to whiten and strengthen. Some were mixtures of chalk and salt. Others, less wisely, contained abrasives so harsh they wore enamel thin. Peppermint oil was added to disguise bitterness, leaving behind the first echoes of freshness. A mother might hand her child a small brush and a pinch of powder, telling them to scrub until their teeth looked like pearls, though pearls were often more likely to be in her imagination than her daughter's smile. Still, even the most rudimentary toothbrush was a mercy. It taught children that care could be daily, not occasional. It gave adults a sense of control in a world where pain often felt inevitable. To brush was to resist decline, to hope that tomorrow's meals could be eaten with less fear. In narrow homes and drafty rooms, this small ritual became a gesture of dignity. Picture a London child in the 1880s, standing at a basin with a wooden-handled brush. The bristles are stiff, the powder chalky, but the act is careful. His mother, remembering her own father's ruined teeth, insists he learn the habit. He rinses from a chipped mug, spits into a basin, and smiles awkwardly into a cracked mirror. His grin is not perfect, but it is whole, and that is miracle enough. The wealthy, as always, led the way. Silver-handled brushes were displayed in travel cases, lined in velvet, alongside razors and combs. Dentists serving the upper classes began offering not only extractions, but cleanings, polishing teeth until they shone. Manuals on hygiene praised daily brushing as a mark of refinement. To have clean teeth became not only a matter of health, but of fashion. A gentleman with a bright smile was said to possess freshness. A lady with white teeth was thought more marriageable. Yet even among the poor, the brush found its way. Factories began producing cheaper versions, handles carved not from ivory, but from wood, bristles clipped quickly in bundles. They were sold in apothecaries beside soap, or hawked by street vendors who promised teeth like the queen's. Some families shared one brush among them, rinsing it between turns, the bristles fanning wide from use. The practice was far from perfect, but it was a beginning, and beginnings often carry more hope than precision. There were still those who doubted. Old women muttered that brushing weakened the teeth, that powders scraped more than they saved. Men laughed at the fuss, preferring the quick comfort of strong spirits to dull a toothache. Children resisted, wrinkling their noses at the taste of chalk. But the habit spread, not because it was pleasant, but because it worked. Pain receded, gums bled less, smiles lasted longer, and in a city where so much was harsh and unforgiving, even a little relief was enough to convince. Toothbrushes also changed the rhythm of mornings and evenings. Where once a family might have gone directly from bed to breakfast, the act of brushing inserted a pause, a small ceremony of care. Before sleep, when the streets quieted and the lamps burned low, there was another pause, another brush, another chance to set aside the day. These pauses were not only hygienic but humanizing, reminders that the body could be tended, that life was not only labor but care. Advertising soon lent the brush new glamour. Posters promised smiles as white as ivory, free from the shame of decay. Soap companies extended their reach, offering powders that claimed to protect, to polish, to perfume the breath. The language was lofty, teeth like pearls, breath like blossoms, but behind the exaggeration lay truth. Brushing worked, and for every family convinced by a poster, another child learned to brush. Another smile survived. Dentistry itself began to change in response. No longer merely the art of extraction, it became the art of preservation. Instruments were refined, teachings expanded. The toothbrush was both cause and symbol. It gave dentists a reason to save what once would have been lost. Hospitals and schools began distributing brushes, teaching children how to use them. Some charities made toothbrushes part of their missions, believing that clean teeth could open doors to employment, to marriage, to respect. Imagine the smell of a London classroom, chalk dust and damp coats, with a faint whiff of peppermint from a dozen children's mouths. Imagine their giggles as they practiced brushing together, teachers turning a practical lesson into a game. Imagine mothers hearing their children recite the rhyme, morning and night, keep your smile bright, and feeling both amusement and pride. Over time, the brush itself improved, handles curved to fit the hand, bristles softened, trimmed evenly, no longer falling away after a few uses. Powders gave way to pastes, smoother and more pleasant, packed in tins or jars. What began as crude bone and bristle evolved into something both practical and comforting. And with each improvement, the ritual became more inviting, more enduring. By the century's close, the toothbrush was no longer a curiosity, but a quiet expectation. Families still struggled, mouths still bore the scars of poverty, but children born in those years had a better chance of keeping their teeth into adulthood. Smiles once hidden out of shame were shown more freely. Meals once eaten cautiously were enjoyed more fully. The brush, small and simple, had made a difference greater than its size. Tonight, as you think of that time, picture the small gestures: a child rinsing a brush in cold water, a mother setting it carefully on a shelf, a father smiling into a mirror and seeing teeth that would last another year. Picture the scent of peppermint, faint but real, drifting through narrow rooms. Picture the sound of bristles against enamel, steady and rhythmic, like the quiet brushing of history itself. Fresh linen slowly reshaped how the world carried itself. In Victorian times, clothing was more than a covering. It was an armor, a disguise, a burden, and for many, a prison of fabric and expectation. Heavy skirts dragged along muddy streets, collars rubbed raw against unwashed skin, and coats absorbed the very air of the city. Coal dust, horse sweat, human toil. To wear clothes was to carry the world with you. And for much of that century, the world was heavy and unclean. Yet even amid that weight, change began to stir. Just as the toothbrush had slipped quietly into daily life, so too did the habit of clean clothes take root, first in whispers and later in expectation. It was not swift, nor was it easy. Laundry remained one of the hardest, most backbreaking of household tasks, but step by step, clean garments became not only desirable, but possible. And with that shift, life itself seemed a little lighter. Picture a narrow London court in the 1840s. A woman stands over a tub, her hands raw from lye soap, her shoulders aching from lifting pails of water heated on the stove. The garments she scrubs are thick with the week's sweat, stiff with soot, spotted with grease. She bends over them for hours, rubbing, rinsing, wringing. Steam curls up around her, dampening the air, clinging to the walls. By the end of the day, she is exhausted, her arms trembling. Yet she smiles faintly as she hangs shirts and underthings to dry. For though the work is hard, the reward is visible. Cloth lighter, brighter, carrying less of the city's weight. Clean clothes were once a luxury, a sign of wealth and refinement. To change garments daily was unthinkable for most families, who owned only 2 or 3 sets each. The wealthy displayed fresh linen shirts and dresses not only for comfort, but as markers of status. To wear white, unstained by labor, was to declare one's place in society. But as soap became cheaper, as cotton grew more available, and as attitudes toward hygiene began to shift, the idea of regular laundering trickled down, slowly, unevenly, but surely. It was not just about appearance. People began to notice that when clothes were washed, skin fared better. Rashes eased, sores healed faster, illnesses seemed to pass more gently. The connection between fabric and health was not fully understood, but it was felt. A child in clean undergarments slept more peacefully. A man in a fresh shirt coughed less. A woman in laundered skirts walked more confidently through the streets. Cleanliness gave not only dignity, but relief. Laundry days became rituals of survival. Families marked the calendar by them. Every Monday, the great boiling, the long hours of scrubbing. Streets filled with the scent of soap and steam. Yards transformed into forests of flapping linen. Children helped where they could, turning mangles or fetching water, learning from their mothers that this task, though endless, was vital. Men, returning home from their shifts, breathed more easily when they saw clean shirts waiting. In small ways, the work wove comfort into otherwise hard lives. Not all garments were treated equally. Outer layers, thick coats, and heavy skirts might go weeks without a wash, but linen undergarments, the shift, the chemise, the shirt, became the front line in the battle for cleanliness. They absorbed sweat and oils, shielding the outer clothing, and so they were scrubbed more often, sometimes weekly, sometimes more. These linens became the measure of a household's care. To see a man in a crisp shirt, a woman in a spotless chemise, was to glimpse not only cleanliness but pride. And yet, the work was punishing. Without washing machines, every garment had to be worked by hand, rubbed against boards, boiled in pots, beaten against stones. Fingers bled, backs ached. Winter made the labor harder still, water freezing in buckets, garments stiffening on lines. In such seasons, some families simply endured, wearing the same clothes until spring thawed the water again. But in warmer months, laundresses, professional women who took in others' washing, flourished. They filled basins by the dozen, spread linens across fields, turned riversides into open-air laundries. Their work was hard and poorly paid, but it gave them independence in a world where few women could claim wages of their own. Gradually, innovations eased the task. Stronger soaps, more effective powders, tools like wringers and mangles, and eventually, the earliest, hand-cranked washing devices. These helped lighten the burden. At first, they belonged only to the wealthy, but slowly they appeared in middle-class homes, and even the poor found ways to borrow or share. With every tool, the rhythm of laundry day shifted. Less time bent over tubs, more garments washed in a single day. And with that, the dream of clean clothes became a little more attainable. Advertising added its voice, as it had with soap and toothbrushes. Posters promised that the right soap could make linens shine like snow, that certain powders could preserve fabrics without injury. Housewives clipped recipes from magazines, mixing starch with bluing agents to whiten collars, experimenting with vinegar and chalk to banish stains. These were small victories, but victories nonetheless. Each spot removed a triumph, each clean cuff a badge of care. For the wealthy, clean clothes became part of the performance of gentility. Servants laundered garments in great steaming rooms, ironing until fabric lay flat and gleaming. Gentlemen changed shirts twice a day. Ladies shifted gowns from morning to evening. The labor was hidden, performed in basements and attics, but the results were displayed in drawing rooms and theaters. Clean clothes became a silent conversation. I am well kept, therefore I am respectable. For the poor, the meaning was different. A single clean shirt could mean the difference between work and dismissal, between respect and suspicion. A woman seeking employment as a maid might wash her only dress by hand the night before, pressing it as best she could with a borrowed iron, knowing her future depended on its appearance. A child sent to school in a laundered shirt carried with him not just fabric, but hope. Over time, as with so many small revolutions, the change was less in the garments themselves than in the sense of possibility. Clothes no longer had to be prisons of dirt and smell. They could be lightened, freshened, made into something almost comforting. To pull on a clean shirt was to feel renewed. To wrap in a laundered gown was to carry a little less of the world's burden. Picture now a London evening in the 1890s. A woman folds fresh linens, her lamp casting a golden glow across the table. Outside, the streets still smell of soot and horses, but inside, there is the faint scent of soap. Her children run their hands over their clean shirts, smiling shyly. Her husband sighs with relief as he sets aside his old work coat for one freshly scrubbed. The family sits to supper, and for a moment, the hardships of the city feel softened, washed away. Clean clothes did not erase poverty, nor did they cure illness, but they gave dignity where dignity was scarce. They allowed families to feel, if only for a day, that they were more than their struggles. And in that sense, they were transformative, a quiet revolution stitched into every hem, rinsed into every fold, hung on every line that fluttered in the London breeze. Fragrance drifted through the grime, a veil over harsher truths. There is a certain tenderness in remembering how people tried, even when the world around them was unkind. Victorian London was a place where soot fell softly from the sky, where the air carried the sour weight of sewage, and where clothing absorbed the day's smells like a second skin. Yet into that murky air came the sweetness of perfume, a fragile disguise against the harsher truths of the city. Perfume in the 19th century was not only about beauty, it was survival in its way, a defense against the unbearable. Doctors still believed in the miasma theory, that disease floated on foul air. And so, to breathe in lavender or rosewater was not just pleasant, but protective, or so it was thought. A sprig of herbs in a pocket, a dab of cologne at the throat, a handkerchief soaked in violet essence. These were charms, talismans against illness, just as much as they were ornaments. Imagine a lady dressing for an evening call. She fastens her corset, smooths her gown, and reaches for a small glass vial imported from France. Inside, a mixture of oils, perhaps jasmine and bergamot, steeped with spirits. She tilts it carefully, letting a drop fall at her wrists, another behind her ears. The scent is sharp at first, then softer, settling into the folds of her gown. She breathes more easily as the sweetness envelops her, masking not only her body, but the city itself. When she steps into her carriage, the air carries coal smoke and manure, but beneath it all clings the faint promise of roses. The poor, of course, could not afford such luxuries, but they found their own disguises. Bundles of herbs hung in kitchens and tucked into bedding. Penny bottles of cheap cologne, harsh and cloying, were sold on street corners. Some made their own mixtures, vinegar steeped with mint, or rum infused with cloves, small attempts at sweetness in a world so often bitter. Children chewed parsley for fresh breath. Women rubbed lemon peel on their hands. Men burned sprigs of rosemary in cramped rooms. It was not elegance, but it was effort, and effort was its own form of dignity. Perfume shops became small havens within the city. Step through their doors, and the air changed. Outside, the streets reeked of waste and smoke. Inside, there was lavender, sandalwood, bergamot, citrus. Glass bottles lined the shelves, their stoppers gleaming. Some were imported, others blended by hand on the premises. The shopkeeper, often with a white cloth at his shoulder, would open a vial and let the customer inhale. For a moment, they would close their eyes and be transported, perhaps to an orchard in bloom, perhaps to a seaside breeze. To buy a scent was to buy escape, yet there was irony too. Perfume was meant to mask, but in mingling with the odors it tried to hide, it often created a strange, unsettling sweetness. Imagine rosewater mixing with the tang of coal smoke, lavender clashing with the sourness of unwashed, wool, musk, and manure twining in the summer heat. The effect was not always pleasant. Some wrote of it as sickly, an odor that clung to the back of the throat. And yet, it was better than the alternative. To smell of roses and smoke was at least to try. To smell only of smoke was resignation. Perfume also carried meanings beyond hygiene. Scents were social signals. A faint lemon or violet marked one as refined, controlled. Strong musk or patchouli could hint at foreign travel, at daring or wealth. The choice of perfume was a language, spoken in whispers that drifted behind a passing skirt or lingered on a gentleman's glove. Lovers exchanged scented notes, letters dabbed with perfume, so that the very paper carried a memory. Soldiers carried handkerchiefs soaked with their sweetheart's favorite scent, pressing them to their faces in barracks far from home. In this way, perfume was not just disguise but connection, a way to hold someone close through air itself. There were dangers, of course. Just as cosmetics of the age contained lead and mercury, some perfumes were made with ingredients now known to be harmful. Arsenic tinctures, coal tar derivatives, oils that irritated the skin. A woman might dab her neck with a fragrance, unaware that it carried as much poison as charm. Yet they wore it all the same, because in their world, appearance mattered more than safety. To smell sweet was to be respectable, to belong, to survive. Picture, if you will, a crowded theater on a winter evening. Hundreds of bodies pressed together, cloaks damp with melted snow, the air heavy with breath and heat. Without perfume, the odor would be unbearable. With it, the air becomes a strange symphony. Roses, violets, lavender, musk, mingling with tobacco smoke and candle wax. The audience shifts in their seats. Women fan themselves, men cough discreetly. But beneath it all lingers sweetness, fragile but real. It is not the sea breeze or meadow it pretends to be, but it is better than the truth. Perfume became tied to memory in ways no other adornment could match. A child grown old might smell lavender years later and recall her mother's handkerchief. A man might catch the sharpness of bergamot on a stranger and think of a long-lost love. In cities where life was fleeting, where disease and hardship shortened years, perfume gave permanence to memory. It lingered long after footsteps faded, carrying the ghost of moments gone. By the late Victorian years, scent had grown into an industry. French perfumers dominated, but British makers held their ground. The wealthy collected bottles like treasures, displayed on dressing tables as much for beauty as use. Middle-class families purchased simpler scents, proud of the refinement they conferred. Even the poor, when coins allowed, bought small vials to mark weddings, funerals, holidays. A bride might dab rosewater on her veil. A widow might carry lavender at her breast. A child might wear cologne at Christmas. And so, perfume, fragile and fleeting, threaded itself into the fabric of life. It softened the city's stench, even if imperfectly. It gave hope where hope was scarce, memory where memory mattered most. It was disguise, yes, but also defiance. Against coal dust, against sewage, against hardship itself, a drop of jasmine or lavender whispered, "We are still human, and we still seek beauty." Shared waters offered weary bodies a glimpse of relief. There was a time, not so long ago, when the simple act of bathing was beyond the reach of most families. In cramped London rooms, a pitcher of cold water and a cloth were often the only means of washing. Tubs were rare, hot water rarer still, and privacy nearly unimaginable. To truly submerge the body, to sit in warmth and let the dirt of the city be drawn away, that was a luxury of the wealthy. But the Victorian era, with all its contradictions, gave rise to something new: public baths. They began as whispers of reform, born out of concern for health, for cleanliness, for dignity. Reformers believed that if the working classes could bathe, disease might lessen, tempers might cool, families might thrive. And so, The first public bathhouses opened their doors, not with grandeur, but with hope. Picture one of these buildings in the 1850s, built of brick, plain but solid. A faded sign over the doorway reads, "Public Baths and Wash House." Inside, the air is damp, heavy with steam. Long corridors lead to pools lined with stone. Water sloshes gently, echoing against high ceilings. It is not the marble luxury of Roman spas, but for men and women who had never known more than a sponge and basin, it feels nearly miraculous. The poor entered hesitantly at first, clutching bundles of clothing. Many had never stood unclothed in such a place. A ticket bought admission, a small coin exchanged for the promise of warmth and water. Attendants guided them, sometimes brusque, sometimes kind, toward cubicles where they might undress. The echo of voices, the splash of water, the strange mingling of strangers in states of half-modesty. It was overwhelming at first. Yet soon the steam softened everything, and the fear gave way to relief. Imagine the sensation, stepping into a great pool, the water warmer than expected, embracing tired limbs. For the first time in weeks, perhaps months, muscles unclench. Dirt that clung stubbornly to skin loosens and drifts away. A man sinks to his shoulders, closing his eyes, feeling a weight he had forgotten release. A woman dips her hair back, the strands spreading like silk in water, free from the stiffness of oil and soot. Children splash nearby, laughing, their small voices carrying like birds across the tiles. Of course, the baths were not perfect. Water was reused far longer than it should have been. Dozens, sometimes hundreds of people bathed in the same pool. Diseases passed easily, skin ailments spread. The air smelled of damp wool, of soap, of bodies both clean and unclean, mingling together. And yet, compared to the hardship of washing at home, it was astonishing. It was community. It was relief. It was hope. The reformers who championed public baths did so with both compassion and pragmatism. They saw the cholera epidemics, the typhoid outbreaks, the endless complaints of bad air. They believed rightly that cleanliness could save lives. A family that bathed together carried less disease back into their cramped quarters. A child scrubbed free of grime might sleep more peacefully. A father returning to work with cleaner clothes might be judged more favorably. The baths were not only for health, they were for social survival. There were separate hours, of course. Men and women did not mingle in the water. Some baths had entirely separate wings, with entrances on different streets. Privacy was imperfect, but it mattered. Women came in groups, whispering to each other, laughing nervously as they lowered themselves into the pool. Men came in silence, shedding the day's grime with a kind of reverence. Children darted between, their joy softening the solemnity of it all. And then there were the wash houses attached to many bath sites. Here, women could do laundry in great basins, with hot water piped in, an unimaginable relief from carrying pails up narrow staircases. They scrubbed clothes on boards, wrung them out with heavy rollers, hung them to dry on lines strung through warm rooms. The air smelled of soap and steam, less of filth. For a few hours, the burden was shared. Dozens of women side by side, each fighting the same stains, each lifting the same weight. Public baths became gathering places as much as cleansing ones. Men spoke of work and wages in steamy corners. Women exchanged recipes, shared gossip, offered quiet support to one another. Children made games of splashing, races of washing, laughter carrying high into the rafters. It was not private, but it was communal. And in that communion, there was something healing. There were critics, of course. Some said the baths encouraged immorality, that the sight of bodies, even partly clothed, might corrupt. Others worried about the expense, about who should pay for water, for heat, for attendance. But the need spoke louder. The baths spread, not only in London but in industrial towns across Britain. Manchester, Birmingham, Leeds, each built its own, each filled with weary workers seeking respite. The wealthy seldom entered. They had their own tubs, their own servants to carry hot water. Yet even they benefited indirectly. With fewer outbreaks of disease, with fewer stenches rising from unwashed streets, the city became more bearable. They looked down from their carriages and saw the change, though they did not always acknowledge it. The memory of those first baths lingers in quiet ways, in the sound of water echoing against tile, in the sight of steam rising through lamplight, in the relief of shoulders sinking into warmth. They were imperfect, but they were beginnings, and beginnings matter. They told the poor that they deserved more than dirt. They told reformers that change was possible. They told children that cleanliness could be joy, not just labor. Imagine tonight the hush of one of those bathhouses after closing. The water lies still, rippling faintly from the last swimmer's passage. Towels hang limp on hooks, their edges damp. The great room is quiet, but it holds the memory of laughter, of sighs, of whispered prayers. In that silence, the building itself seems to breathe, as though relieved, too, of the city's weight. The first public baths did not banish hardship, but they washed some of its heaviness away. In warm water, shared by strangers, London discovered that even the simplest acts of care could lift a weary soul.